Do you want to learn HTML from scratch and become confident in building real websites? Then you are in the right place. In this free complete HTML course, I will first explain every concept with clear and beautiful slides so you truly understand the theory. And then I will take you step by step into practical side, writing code, testing it, and actually building web pages together. This course is designed for absolute beginners who have never written a single line of HTML, but by the end you will feel like a pro ready to build and host your own website. We will start with basics, what HTML is, how elements and attributes work, and also cover links, images, and many more things that you need to get started. Then we will move into intermediate topics like list, nesting, formatting, fav icons, and many more concepts that make your website stand out. Finally, we will dive into advanced topics such as forms, tables, semantic HTML, hosting your own website, and many more things that will take your skills to the next level. So if you ever wanted to master HTML the right way from theory to practice, stay with me in this course and by the end you will have the confidence to create your own websites. Let's begin our journey into the HTML, the very foundation of the web. Now let's talk about what HTML and CSS are, and let's start by understanding what is HTML. HTML defines the content and structure of that content on web pages. Everything you see on a website is added using HTML. So I am here on the reddit.com, so every text you see, every image you see, every video you see, basically any content you can see is added using HTML. So that's what HTML is at a very high level. But now let's dive deeper and break down what HTML actually stands for. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So the HT part in the HTML stands for hypertext and ML stands for markup language. Let's start with hypertext part. Hypertext simply refers to the links that connect web pages either within the same website or across different websites. So I am here on the Wikipedia website and you can see a bunch of links inside the page. These are hypertext. If I click on one, it redirects me to another page within the Wikipedia website. And if I click on another link, it might take me to a completely different website. So you can see that this number, I even don't know what this number actually means, but it is a hypertext, so it is a link. So when I clicked on it, it redirects me to a completely different website. So the domains are different, which means this is a different website. Maybe they are from the same company, but they are different websites. And I don't know even if they are from the same company, but they are different website. Our aim is to understand hypertext. So this number is actually a link and it is redirecting us to another completely different website. So that's what hypertext part of the HTML means. Now let's talk about markup language. To understand what a markup language is, let's play a simple game. I have some plain text on the screen. Now can you guess which part is the heading, which is the paragraph, which should be a button? Take a moment to think about it. Great, you probably figured it out because you are human, you have a brain and you are smart. But here's the thing, browsers and web crawlers, if you are not familiar with web crawlers, they are programs used by search engines to understand web pages so they can rank them in their search results. Google's web crawlers are one example. So web browsers and web crawlers cannot understand this text just by looking at it. They need clear instructions to know what is what. So we have to tell them what is a heading, what is a paragraph, and what is a button. And this is how web browsers will render this text. They will render it simply as text. So how do we give them those instructions? So this is where HTML markup comes in. We use something called HTML elements to mark this content, giving it both structure and meaning. As you can see on the screen, we are wrapping the content inside a special syntax. Don't worry about this syntax right now, we will discuss it in the next section. This special syntax is known as HTML elements. By using HTML elements, we give meaning to different parts of the content and tell the browser what they are and how to display them. For example, by wrapping the piece of the content, this welcome to my website text inside h1 element, we are telling the web browser that this is a main heading and web browser will render it as main heading as the title of the web page. By wrapping this content, this paragraph inside p element, we are saying this is paragraph and web browser will render it as paragraph. And by wrapping this text inside button element, we are telling the browser that this is button and web browser will render it as button. Now this is how the web browser will render this piece of code, this HTML markup. So as we have markup this content, this text using HTML, so now you can see the web browser is rendering the welcome to my website text as the main page title and paragraph as paragraph and click here text as button. Now the user visually can understand that what is the main heading, what is the paragraph and which is the button, and like users, the web crawlers can also understand which part of this content is what. Now using HTML, we have structured this content so that browsers knows exactly how to display it. And that's what we use HTML for, to define the content and structure of a web page. And let's summarize this markup language part. So markup language simply means wraps content with HTML elements to give it meaning and structure. I hope you guys now have understood what HTML is and what each part of the HTML acronym means. And now let's move on and let's talk about CSS. So CSS used to style and design the layout of web pages. So we use CSS to style our HTML code to style our website. So using CSS, we decide how large the text should be, what should be the color of the text, and what should be the width and height of an image. So using CSS, we design the website, and using HTML, we define the content and structure of that content. So I hope you guys have understood what HTML is and what CSS is. This course is only about HTML and we are only going to talk about HTML. So don't worry about this CSS thing right now if you didn't understand it well, because I just wanted to introduce this topic so that you can know that what you have to learn after completing this course. You have to learn CSS. Now let's learn about the tools we need to start our HTML journey. We only need two tools to start writing HTML code and to view the result of our HTML code. The first tool we need is a code editor. The code editor I am going to use is the VS Code editor from Microsoft. It is one of the most popular code editors among web developers for web development. I am also going to use it because I have been using it for a very long time and it has a lot of features that help me write HTML code very fast. Some of them are syntax highlighting, debugging, and code completion. You can use any code editor you prefer if you are an experienced programmer and have been using another code editor that you are comfortable with. But if you are a complete beginner starting with web development and HTML, I suggest you use VS Code as it will be easier for you to follow this course. And don't think that we always need a code editor to write HTML. You can write HTML code in any software that allows you to type text. For example, you can even write HTML code inside Notepad. However, the only thing you need to do to make it work is to save the file as an .html file. But you don't have to use Notepad, just stick to any software dedicated to writing code, as it will make your journey much easier. Now let's talk about the second tool we need, a web browser. We need a web browser to see the result of our HTML code. I am going to use the Chrome web browser throughout this course. Let's see the process of viewing our HTML code's result. The process is very simple. We will create an HTML file and write our HTML code inside it, most likely using a code editor like VS Code. Then we will copy the HTML file path and open it in the web browser that will display the result of our HTML code. So you can see the process is very simple. We have to follow just two steps. copy the file path of the HTML file whose result you want to see, paste that file path in the web browser, press enter, and you will see your website, your HTML code result. Now let's see how we can download the VS Code editor and install it on our system. In the description, you can find the link to the official page, for downloading the VS Code editor. Here, select the operating system you are using and click on that download button to start downloading the VS Code editor. I have already downloaded the setup to save some time. So let's open it by clicking on it. If you're using Windows, you will see the same options I do while installing the VS Code editor. However, if you're using a different operating system, the layout and look of the setup might be different, but most of the options will remain the same. The first step is to accept the agreement. You can read it, but I won't because that is my personal choice. So let's click on the next button. Here, select all the checkboxes. Don't worry about them. I will show you how they will help us later in the course. Let's click on the next button and let's click on the install button. And finally, by clicking on the install button, we are installing the VS Code editor. I already have installed the VS Code editor on my system. However, since I am running the latest version setup, it will update my existing VS Code editor if there are any updates. You can see the installation process is finished. Since this checkbox is checked, the VS Code editor will open as soon as I click on the finish button. Let's click on this finish button and you can see the VS Code is open. This is how VS Code will look if you are using Windows operating system. Even if you are using a different operating system, the layout and look might be slightly different, but the options I will follow will be the same. Now let's see how we can create a new HTML file using VS Code editor. There are several ways to create an HTML file, but I will show you the simplest one using VS Code editor. Even if you're using a different code editor, I assume you already know how to create files in it. To create an HTML file in VS Code, click on these 3 lines, or if I zoom out a little bit, then we will not get these 3 lines and we will get the options directly. So here, click on this file option and then click on this new file option and select here text file option, and you will see an untitled file created. So this is the file that VS Code editor created. Right now it is not saved on our system. We have to save it, and it is not an HTML file. It is a text file. So to save this file as HTML file, press Ctrl and S, and here in the file name option, let's name this file home.html, and let's select save as type to all files, and here you can select the location where you want to save this file. As I want to save this file on desktop, so I will select here desktop and let's click on the save button. So you can see that the home.html file is created and automatically open inside our VS Code editor. Now before learning how to open HTML file inside the web browser, so how to open this home.html file inside web browser, before that let's write some HTML code inside it, so this way we can see something in the browser instead of an empty page. So whatever I am going to write, just copy it and paste it inside your HTML file. And don't worry about understanding it right now. Throughout this course, we will master everything and you will be able to understand everything on your own. Just write down this piece of markup inside your HTML file. Now to see our website, to view our HTML code file result, we need to copy this file path. So to copy this file path, right click on its name and choose here the option copy path to copy its file path. Then inside the browser, so inside the web browser, paste that file path and press enter, and tada, we have opened that HTML file inside our web browser. However, we can't see anything inside the web browser from the HTML code we wrote. That's because we haven't saved the file yet. To save the file, press Ctrl and S on your keyboard. To check if file is unsaved, look at the file name, and if you see a dot here instead of cross, it means the file is unsaved. If you hover over it, you will see the cross, but otherwise the dot means the file is unsaved and needs to be saved. And let's save it by pressing Ctrl and S, and let's go back to the browser, and here let's refresh, and you can see that now we are getting here our HTML code result, which is this hello world. Now remember one thing, that to see the changes you made inside your HTML file, you need to refresh the page. So every time you make some changes inside your HTML file, save that file and you have to refresh the browser to see that changes. So I hope you guys have understood the process of creating an HTML file and opening it inside the web browser. And I hope you also understand the process of installing and downloading VS Code editor on your system. So in the introduction to the HTML section of this course, we learned that HTML is a markup language. Using HTML elements, we give meaning and structure to the content of web pages. This is how we write HTML code. We use HTML elements to mark the content. To master HTML, we only need to learn HTML elements and understand how to use them, when to use them, and which type of content each HTML element is best suited for. If we can master these basics, then HTML becomes very easy. So now let's understand what an HTML element is and its syntax. We will break down and understand each part of an HTML element. So what is an HTML element? HTML element tells the browser what each part of the content is and how to display it. Using HTML elements, we tell the browser which part of the content is a heading, which is a paragraph, and which is a link, and so on. So what you can see on the screen is how an HTML element looks, and this is the syntax of an HTML element. Let's understand each part of this syntax. The first part, consisting of a less than bracket followed by some text and then a greater than bracket, is known as opening tag. The text inside this bracket is the name of the HTML element we want to use. The last part looks similar to the opening tag, but with one difference. It has a forward slash in the starting right after the less than bracket. This part is called the closing tag, and the text between this forward slash and those bracket is the element name. Now the text between opening tag and closing tag is the content that we are wrapping using element. When we put opening tag and closing tag around the content, we tell the browser what kind of content it is and the browser displays it accordingly. The h1 element which we are using in the presentation tells the browser that this is the main page heading and it is the main title of the page, and the browser will render it accordingly as the main page heading. So the browser understands this text to render as an h1 element and will not render even a single character after the closing tag as an h1 element. I hope you are getting what I am trying to explain. So this is the syntax of most HTML elements. Most HTML elements have both an opening tag and a closing tag. And this complete part, including this opening tag, content, and this closing tag, is what HTML element is. However, some elements only have an opening tag and do not have a closing tag. Don't worry about them, we will learn about them later in this course, but always remember this opening tag and closing tag syntax because this is the main syntax and most HTML elements follow this structure. Now, before diving deep into HTML, I want to introduce a tool that will be very helpful in your HTML journey and will also assist me in teaching you HTML throughout this course. This tool is not just useful for HTML but will also help in your entire web development journey. This tool is called Chrome Developer Tools and most modern web browsers come with it. To open the Chrome Developer Tools, right-click anywhere on a web page and select the Inspect option and it will open the Chrome Developer Tools. Now there are multiple ways to open it. The first way is the right-click method where you right-click on the web page and choose the Inspect option. Now the second way is by clicking on these three dots, then selecting More Tools option and then choosing this Developer Tools option, and it will also open the Chrome Developer Tools. The third way is by pressing the shortcut on your keyboard, which is Ctrl Shift and I, it will also open the Chrome developer tools. So these are the three ways to open the Chrome Dev Tools. Inside Chrome Dev Tools, there are multiple tabs or sections, each serving a different purpose. Now inside Chrome Developer Tools, there are multiple tabs or sections, each serving a different purpose. However, for our HTML learning, we only need to focus on the Elements tab. Inside the Elements tab, you can see all the HTML structure of the web page. So all the HTML behind the web page on which you have opened the Chrome Developer Tools. Now, if you want to see HTML behind a particular thing in a web page, you can do that by selecting this arrow, and you can hover over anything on the web page, and as you do, a blue highlight will appear over the element telling on which thing you are hovering over. If you click, it will display the corresponding HTML inside the Elements tab. This allows you to inspect any web page and see the HTML behind any design. For example, if you come across a unique web page design and wonder what HTML elements were used, you can use this Chrome Developer Tools to inspect and analyze it. Now, below the Elements tab, there is a section called Styles, and this tab shows the CSS properties applied to the element selected in the Elements tab. Right now, this section may not take much sense to you, but once we start learning CSS, we will explore this Style tab in more detail. There is one more tab I want to briefly discuss, although we won't be using it for HTML. It's still useful to know about it. This is the Console tab. Inside the Console tab, you can execute JavaScript code, view errors if something goes wrong in your JavaScript. It is a very powerful tool, and although I won't be covering it right now, but once we start learning JavaScript, you will see how important it is. Now, this much of knowledge about Chrome Developer Tools is enough to move forward. From now on, learning HTML will be even more fun because we will start exploring many different HTML elements. Alright, before we start writing HTML, we need to learn about the basic structure that every web page must include. This is called the HTML boilerplate. It's like the foundation of a web page. Every website you see on the internet starts with this structure. So remember that every HTML page you create must begin with this structure. Now on this slide you can see a complete HTML boilerplate. Don't worry about it, we will learn about each element in this structure. It contains 4 main parts. So first we have the doc type declaration at the top, which must always be at the top of every HTML page. Then we have the HTML element, which contains 2 other elements, the head element and the body element. We will now learn about each of these one by one. So first we have doc type HTML. So this doc type declaration, this tells the browser what version of HTML the document is written in. This entire line starting with the less than sign, then exclamation mark followed by this word doc type, then space and HTML in lowercase, then greater than sign. This tells the browser, hey, this is an HTML5 document. Older versions of HTML had long and complicated doc type declarations, but with HTML5 it's simple, just doc type HTML. So only this line of code. This tells the browser that we are using the latest version of HTML, which is HTML version 5. And remember, this is a declaration, not an HTML element. Next, we have HTML element. The HTML element is the root element of an HTML document. It acts as a container for all other elements in the document, meaning every other element is a descendant of it. So this HTML element is the root element, and every other element have to be inside this HTML element. Then we have the head element, and this head element contains metadata about the web page, such as the title of the web page, links to the CSS and JavaScript files, the fav icon and meta elements, example description and keywords, and there are other meta elements. We will learn about them later in the course. The head should not contain any elements that display visible content on the web page. So in the head element, we should not have any element that displays something to the user. So in the head element, it contains metadata about the page. So if you don't know what does metadata means data about data. Then we have the body element, and trust me, mostly you are going to work in this body element. So most of the elements that you are going to learn is going to be inside this body element. Some of the elements only goes inside the head element and we will learn about them, but most of the elements goes inside this body element. The body element contains all the visible content of a web page. So any element that will be visible to the user, that should be inside the body element. So whatever we are going to write inside the body element is going to be displayed to the user. So the body element contains data such as text, images, lists, links, videos, and other elements that user interacts with. So this is our complete HTML boilerplate. So I hope you guys understood every part of it and you understood every HTML element it contains. If you are confused about something, believe me, if you have just understood 50% of what I am trying to explain, just go ahead with this course. As you will go through this course, you will learn everything and you will understand everything. So now let's write this HTML boilerplate by ourselves. So let's go inside the VS Code editor. So I am here inside the VS Code editor and let's create a new file. To create a new file, let's click on this file option and then click on this new file option and then choose text file. Now let's save this file by pressing Ctrl and S, and here let's name this file index.html. We are naming it index.html because it is a standard practice in web development to name the home page file index.html. Web servers automatically look for this file when someone accesses the root domain without specifying a specific page. So for example, if your website domain is www.example.com, so when someone will enter that www.example.com, the web server will look for this index.html file for the home page because it is a standard that home page file is mostly named index.html. Let's select this save as type to all files and let's select here desktop because I want to save index.html file on the desktop. You can choose the location where you want to save this file. Let's click on the save button and you can see that the file automatically opened inside our VS Code editor. Now let's write the boilerplate manually. So first we should add this doc type declaration. So let's do that. So less than sign exclamation mark doc type, and here you can see that VS Code editor is suggesting us, and if I click on this, then VS Code editor automatically wrote the remaining part. So it autocomplete what I am writing. So this is one of the reason to use VS Code editor, and I think most of the code editors nowadays comes with this feature as it is a very common feature. And now let's add our another element and let's see what's that. That is HTML element. So let's add HTML element. So for that, let's type here less than sign, then HTML in smaller case, and then greater than sign. And you can see that when I wrote this opening tag, the VS Code editor automatically generated the closing tag. So you can see how much VS Code editor will help us to write HTML. So it will make our HTML journey very easy. Let's add here the another two elements. We have to add here the head element and body element, and remember these two elements should be inside this HTML element. So let's add here the head element, and let me show you one shortcut to write elements very easily. So just type the name of the element and VS Code editor, the Amit inside VS Code editor will suggest you suggestion for auto completing. Okay, so let's click on this first suggestion and it automatically generated the opening tag and the closing tag. Only I did was just written the name of the element and it automatically generated the opening and closing tag. Let's do that same for the body tag, and you can see that it generated the opening and closing tag of the body element as well. Let's open this file in the web browser. To do that, right click on the file name and click on this copy path option to copy the file path, and then let's paste it inside the web browser. and let's press enter. So you can see that the file opened inside our web browser. You can see the page is completely empty even though we have some HTML elements inside our index.html file, but they are not displayed in the browser. So this means that these elements do not appear on the page itself, but remember, it is necessary to have these elements in every HTML document. Now to view the HTML behind our index.html file, let's right click and let's click on this view page source option, and this will open a new tab showing all the HTML behind the web page on which we selected the option view page source. So if I select this option here on the google.com web page, then it is going to show me all the HTML, all the code sent to us by the Google server. So you can see that this is the code behind this web page. Now here in the view page source of index.html, we can see the HTML that we wrote inside our index.html. We can also see the HTML using the Chrome developer tools, but I wanted to show you this view page source option because it exists, and I thought this is the right time to show you this option. Elements tab in the Chrome developer tools, we are getting the same HTML that we wrote inside our index.html. Now, but what if I told you there's a shortcut? Instead of typing everything manually, we can just generate this HTML boilerplate very quickly just by typing a single character. So let's simply type here exclamation mark and then let's press enter. And here, let me zoom out a little bit. So you can see that VS Code editor automatically generated this boilerplate for us. So this saves a lot of time. Now there are some elements inside this generated boilerplate that we haven't discussed yet, but don't worry, we will cover them later in the course. Let me give you a quick overview. This meta char set equal to UTF-8 ensures special characters displays correctly, and this element meta name is equals to viewport, content is equals to width equal to device width. This element make sure that page looks good on the mobile devices. Don't worry if you didn't fully understand these things yet, since you are a complete beginner and just starting your HTML journey. Don't worry, we will deep dive into these elements later in the course. Now there's one more element I want to talk about, this title element. The title tag always goes inside the head element and it sets the title of the web page. You have probably noticed that when you open multiple tabs, each tab has a name at the top that is set by the title tag. So this title element is used to give web pages a human readable title which is displayed in our web page browser tab. It is also used by search engines to show titles on the search results to users. Don't worry, we will see these things practically. So let's set the title tag for our index.html file as well. So you can see that as we generated this boilerplate using the VS Code editor, so here it added the title element as well. So it generated the title element as well. So we don't have to write this title element again, but what I'm going to do is let's change this title from document to our first HTML page. Okay, let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser. Now before refreshing to see the changes, I want you to look at the top here and you can see that we are getting here index.html. But let's refresh. Now we are getting here our first HTML page. So we can set the title of our web page using the title element. Now I want to show you how search engines like Google use the title tag to understand what your page is about and display it in search results. A well-written title can help you rank your page higher in the search results. So here, let's search HTML boilerplate. You can see Google displayed a lot of search results and each result follow the same format. First, the URL of the website, then we have this title, then the description. So this format is same for each web search result. Now let's open two random websites from the search results. So let's first open this first website and let's scroll down and let's open this website. So we are opening the HTML file boilerplate.com website, and here the web page, the web search result from the freecodecamp.org. So let's open here the Chrome Developer Tools, and here inside the Elements tab, let's search for the title of this web page. So as we know, title always goes inside the head element, so let's open the head element, and here we are having the title. So let's see what is the title. The title is Basic HTML5 Template. Use this HTML boilerplate as a starter for any web dev project. So here you can see that in the web search result, we are getting here the same title. So Google is showing us the same title in the search result. That is also the same case for the second website which we opened. Let's inspect it and let's see its title element as well. So let's open the head element. So here you can see the title is HTML5 boilerplate, the web's most popular front-end template. So let's scroll down. So you can see that here's the same title which we see inside this title element. So Google is using that title to show the title in the search result. So you can see that a good title should be clear, descriptive, and contain relevant keywords, and a well-written title can help your page rank higher in the search results. But remember one thing, that search engines do not always use the title exactly as written. If they think the provided title isn't relevant or is too long or does not accurately reflect the page content, they might modify or replace it with another title that they will generate. So not all the web searches are going to have the same title as their web page title element. Okay, and one more thing I want to tell you about this title element is that when users bookmarks our web page, the title will be used as the default bookmark name, although they can change it. So let's bookmark this web page. So let's try to bookmark it by clicking on this star icon, and here you can see that the name of this bookmark is same what we set to the title. So whatever we are going to set the title of the web page, that will be the bookmark name as well, although user can change it. So let's change this to bookmark this page. Let's set the title to bookmark this page, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and let's refresh. Now the title changed to bookmark this page. Okay, so let's remove its bookmark and let's again bookmark this. So now the name of the bookmark is bookmark this page. So I hope you guys understand everything whatever I told you till now. So if you're a complete beginner in HTML, I suggest you to just go through this course and everything will make sense. So I have the ChatGPT Wikipedia page open inside the web browser. You can see that there are many paragraphs on this web page. Like this web page, most websites contain paragraphs, which can either be short or long. Let's try to copy the ChatGPT Wikipedia page and recreate it using only HTML. So let's copy the first paragraph and let's paste it inside our index.html file. But where we should paste it? In the HTML boilerplate part of this course, we learned that we put content that should be visible to users inside the body element. So let's paste it inside the body element and let's save this file. Now let's copy the second paragraph and let's also paste it inside our index.html file. So let's copy the second paragraph and let's paste it after the first paragraph inside our index.html file. And let's add some spacing between these two paragraphs so that browser and user can understand that these are separate paragraphs. Now let's go to the browser and let's refresh, and you can see that we are getting here our paragraph. But the browser is ignoring the spacing between them and joining these two paragraphs into a single paragraph. So the spacing which we added between these paragraphs, you can see that the browser is ignoring that. And let me zoom in a little bit. So why this is happening? This is happening because in HTML, the browser collapses white spaces or multiple spaces into a single space when rendering the text. Now to properly define or to add paragraphs inside our web page, we use the paragraph element. So the paragraph element in HTML represents a paragraph of text. A paragraph element always starts with an opening tag and ends with a closing tag. Whatever text it wraps will be displayed as a paragraph in the browser. So inside this index.html file, now let's wrap our first paragraph with the paragraph element. So let's add here the opening paragraph element. and at the end of this first paragraph, let's paste the closing tag. And as these two paragraphs are different paragraphs, so they are not single paragraph, so we will wrap them inside different paragraph elements. So let's wrap the second paragraph inside p element. So here's a trick. If you have some text and you want to wrap that text with a HTML element, what you can do is select that text, then press Ctrl Shift and P, and then search here wrap with abbreviations, and here write the HTML element using which you want to wrap the text. So I want to do that using the P element, so I will write here P, then let's press enter. So you can see that VS Code editor automatically edit the opening tag and closing tag and is wrapping this text using the P element. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and now let's refresh. You can see that the browser is now correctly rendering the text as paragraphs, and each paragraph starts on a new line. And there is also some default spacing between these paragraphs so that the user can understand that these two are different paragraphs. Now, what if I try to add a lot of spaces inside one of these paragraph? So inside the first paragraph, so after this ChatGPT word, let's add a lot of spacing, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and let's see that if we are going to get those spacing here inside our web browser. So let's refresh. So we are getting here nothing. We are not getting that spacing, but inside our VS Code editor, inside the index.html file, we are getting that spacing, but that is ignored by the web browser. The web browser is not rendering that spacing. Even let's refresh again, you can see that. Now in simple terms, this simply means that the browser respects only one space but ignores additional spaces. This is how the paragraph element works. Now I have some websites open as examples to show you how they are using the paragraph element and how you can use them in your real world web pages. So the first example is this ChatGPT Wikipedia page. So let's open the Chrome Developer Tools, and let me zoom in a little bit. Now let's inspect this ChatGPT Wikipedia page to see how they are using the paragraph element. So all of these paragraphs they are having should be inside paragraph element. So let's see the first paragraph, so that is inside the paragraph element, and the second paragraph should also be inside a paragraph element. So let's see that. So you can see that that's also inside the paragraph element, and now all of these paragraphs that you can see are inside the paragraph element. I have another example here, github.com. So let's open the Chrome Developer Tools here as well, and here we are having here a single sentence, and this should also be a paragraph. So let's inspect it, and you can see that they are using the paragraph element. Now from this you can learn that you don't always have to use the paragraph element for this large type of text. You can even use it for single sentence. Okay, so remember one point, that if you want to add just text inside your web page and you don't think that there is any special element for that, it's just text, you can use the paragraph element. Okay, and let's scroll down, and here we are also having some text, and it should also be a paragraph element. So you can see that that's also a paragraph element. Let's scroll down a little bit. We are also getting here some text. So let's see that what element it is. It is a paragraph element. You can see that it's also a paragraph element. So let's scroll down. Here we have another text. So let's see what it is. So you can see that it is here a span element, but that is inside paragraph element. So when I am hovering over here paragraph element, on the left hand side you can see the blue highlight telling me which thing or which element that is inside the web page. So that is a paragraph element. So why they are using a different element inside this paragraph element, don't worry about it, we will learn about it in the upcoming part. Okay, but you can see that it is a paragraph of text. And let's scroll down. Here we have these types of things, and here we also have text, so this should also be a paragraph. So let's inspect it. That's also a paragraph. You can see that. One more example, this dev2 website. So here we have some text, and we also have some text here, and we also have some text here. So let's inspect. Okay, so let's open the Chrome Developer Tools. So let's see what this text is, so which element they are using, that is a paragraph. You can see that. And here I think this should also be a paragraph. That is a paragraph. You can see that. Let's scroll down here. Let's search for any other text. So here we are having these things, these texts. So let's see, they are also paragraphs. So you can see that how they are using the paragraph element. Let's open one of this post, and here we have a lot more paragraphs. So let's inspect it. So this is a different paragraph. So this only 2-line sentence, this is a paragraph. Then we have another paragraph, so this should also be a paragraph. So you can see that how they are using the paragraph element. And I was randomly going through some blogs to because I was searching something, and I thought why not to show these posts as example in the HTML course as well. So here I have a post from this neilpatil.com blog. So they are also having some paragraphs. So let's inspect it. So this should also be a paragraph. So that is a paragraph. So this should also be a paragraph. That is also a paragraph. So you can see how they are using the paragraph element. And here we also have headings. Don't worry about these headings. That's what we are going to talk about now. Now we will learn about what headings are and how to use them. But for this video, our only focus was paragraph. So I hope you guys understand the paragraph element. Now let's talk about headings. You can see that there are multiple headings on this page. We have a big heading at the top, which is the title of the page, and then smaller headings inside different sections. Just like paragraphs, most web pages contain headings. We will explore HTML headings and also recreate this ChatGPT Wikipedia page using only HTML to understand headings and heading levels properly. So here on this ChatGPT Wikipedia page, on this left side, you can see the internal content navigation containing links for the sections and subsections of this page. Each of these text, which are links, represents the title or heading for that section. Now inside these sections we have subsections as well, each with its own heading. For example, inside the features and limitations section, we have another subsection with their own heading, and to define these headings in HTML we use heading element. Now, unlike other elements where we mostly have one element for a task, for example, to add a paragraph, we only have the P element. Headings are different. We have multiple heading elements with different heading levels. We have a top level heading for the main page title. For example, here the ChatGPT is the main topic of this page, so this will be the top level heading. Below this main page title, we have different section with their own heading, and these subsection titles uses different heading levels, not the same level as the main page title. So what are headings in HTML? Headings define titles and subtitles, helping in organizing the structure of a web page. We have a total of 6 headings, or you can say 6 levels of heading. Each number in the heading element name represents the heading level. Now this does not mean that since 6 is the largest number, then H6 will be the main heading. That's not the case. H1 is the main heading, H2 is below H1, H3 is below H2, and it continues this way down to H6. Now let's talk about the H1 element. H1 element represents the main heading or title of the page, and it is recommended to have only one H1 on a web page. So I have a very nice slide explaining the heading hierarchical structure. So for the main page heading, we use the H1 element, and all the sections that are directly below the main title should be H2. Now the subsection inside H2 should be H3, so their heading should be H3. Similarly, the subsections inside the H3, that subsection's heading should be H4. And if we have another section inside H4 subsections, that should be H5. And this continues the same way. So we are following a hierarchical structure for headings. Remember, you should not have H2 without H1 and H3 without H2, H4 without H3, and so on. Now, does this mean that if you use heading levels incorrectly, your web page won't be rendered by the browser? No, that's not the case. You technically can do that, but there are important reasons for following this hierarchical heading structure. So these are the reasons: SEO and accessibility. Search engines like Google use headings to understand a web page. They check the H1 tag to understand what page is about and look at the H2 and H3 element for section details. If you misuse headings like using multiple H1 tags or using H3 for the main topics, search engines may not rank your page properly, but technically you can do it, but it isn't recommended. Now, headings improve accessibility. If we misuse headings, visually impaired users won't be able to navigate the page properly. So now I have another example so that you can understand the heading hierarchical structure more properly. So let's say we are building a page on ChatGPT. As the page content is related to ChatGPT, so that is the main title, so that should be the H1 element. Then after the main title, let's say we have a training section and its heading should be H2. Like the training section, we have a different sections like features and limitations, which should also be a H2. And we have one more section, services, which should also be H2. Now inside the features and limitations section, let's say we have another section called limitations, that should be H3 as it is inside or related to the features and limitations section, which is a H2. So this limitation section heading should be H3. Now inside the H3 limitation section, we have another section called jailbreak. Since it is inside the H3 section, it is not related to the main title or H2 section, but below or related to H3, so it should be H4. And this goes on until we reach H6. So I hope you understood the headings and heading hierarchical structure. So now let's try to recreate this ChatGPT Wikipedia page to more clearly understand headings and headings level. So let's add the main page title, which is ChatGPT, to our index.html file. So let's copy it. So here before these two paragraphs, so at the top, let's add the main page title. So let's paste it, ChatGPT word. So let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser. So here let's refresh. So we are getting here the text ChatGPT, but it is like the another text. We can't visually tell that if it is a heading the main page title. So for that, let's put it inside the H1 element, which will tell the browser that this is the main page title and render it or display it to users as the main page title. So let's put it inside H1 element. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So you can see that now the ChatGPT word is looking like the main page title. The browser is displaying it bold and had made its font size larger. But remember one thing, never use headings when you want to make text large or when you want to make it bold, because you can do that using CSS. Using CSS, I can make H3 element look like main page title and H1 element look like that is a very small heading. So never use headings if you want to make some text large or bold. Always use heading level when it makes sense. So for the main page title, use H1. For the section, use H2. For subsections, use H3. Use heading level properly. Follow the headings hierarchical structure. Never use headings if you want to make text large, bold, because that is the responsibility of CSS, and you will learn CSS after this HTML course. So let's add the training section. So let's copy the training section heading and let's paste it inside our index.html after these two paragraphs. Let's put it inside H2. And why we are putting it inside H2? Because that is a section related to the main page title. So it is a section directly below the H1. So it should be H2. So let's put it inside H2. Let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So we're getting here the training heading, and let's copy some content from here. ChatGPT official Wikipedia page, put it inside our index.html after the training section, and let's put each of these paragraph inside the paragraph element. So for that, let's select the first paragraph. Let's press Ctrl Shift P and emit wrap with abbreviation. Let's select this option. Let's write here P and let's press enter. Let's do that same for all the paragraphs. Ctrl Shift P, emit with abbreviation, and let's type here P, and let's don't add these two paragraphs, so let's delete that. So let's save this file, and now let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So we are getting here another two paragraphs. Let's add the features and limitations heading as well. So let's add this section as well. Let's paste it here and let's put it inside the h2 element. Let's select here wrap with abbreviation. Let's type here h2. Let's save this file, and here we have another subsection inside this feature and limitation section, which is this feature section. So let's also put it inside our index.html file. So after this h2 we have this feature section. So as it is related to this h2, so its heading should be h3. So let's put it inside h3 element. Let's go back to the browser and let's only copy one paragraph, okay, and let's put it inside the p element. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and here let's refresh. So we are getting here the features and limitation section, then inside that we are getting here the features heading and a paragraph. Now let's put another subsection inside this features and limitation section. So for that, what I will do is let's add this limitation section. So it should also be h3. So let's put it inside h3 and let's copy one paragraph from this section, limitation section. Let's paste it inside our index.html file. So after the limitations heading, and inside this limitation section, let me show you, we have another subsection which is jailbreaking. So as it is inside this limitation section, which is h3, so it should be h4. So let's also put it inside our index.html as well. So let's copy it. So let's add here the h4 element and let's paste it here, and let's add just one paragraph. Let's add here the p element, and inside p element let's paste that paragraph. Now let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So we are getting here are the main page title, then sub paragraphs, then the h2 for this training section, then we have this features and limitation section, that should also be h2. So inside that we are having here feature section and then limitation section, and inside limitation section we have jailbreaking section. So you can see that to make these headings visually appear to user, so that user can understand that which is the main page heading and which section is inside which section. So for that, as the heading levels goes down, the font size of the heading is decreasing. So you can see that the features heading font size is way bigger than this jailbreaking heading size. So that is because the jailbreaking heading is h4 and this features and limitation heading is h3, and visually we can tell that jailbreaking is inside this limitations section. So I hope you guys understood the headings and headings level, and you can see that we successfully implemented the headings with paragraphs and we used proper heading levels. Now we will learn about comments in HTML. These are unlike the comments you can make on YouTube videos or any other social media site. Comments in HTML are used to add notes or explanations within the code. Comments are ignored by the browsers while rendering the HTML code. So they are not rendered by browsers while rendering our HTML code. They are ignored. The syntax of comments are like this: opening bracket, exclamation mark, double dash, then whatever your comment is, and then we have to close that comment by writing double dash and closing bracket. Now maybe you are thinking, if they are not rendered, then what are their use cases? We can use comments for debugging. For example, if we have some piece of code which is not rendering perfectly or having some issues, we can comment out that piece of HTML markup and it will not be rendered by the browser. Now, if you're working on a project in a team, you can leave notes for other developers to understand the code. Or if you're working on any personal project, you can leave future to-dos like what you need to update or which feature you need to add. Even you can add explanatory notes for yourself to understand the code if you revisit it after some long time. There are plenty of use cases for comments, and this comment concept is in mostly all computer programming language, but HTML also has this comments concept. So now inside our index.html file, let's add here a note for ourselves about some future updates, like add content navigation for users. So let's add the comment. Now to add the comment, first we have to add the opening bracket, then exclamation mark, then dash dash, and then we have to write our comment. Let's add here the comment, add navigation or add internal navigation, and we have to close it by using double dash and then this closing bracket. And let's save this file and let's go back to the browser, and here let's refresh. So you can see that we are not getting here the comment which we added because the comments are ignored by the browsers while rendering the code. Now let's see the view page source. So here inside the view page source, you can see that we are getting here the comment, but it is not rendered by the browser. Now I want to show you a shortcut for commenting out in VS Code. That is by pressing Ctrl and / key. So by pressing Ctrl and / key, you can comment something or you can comment that out. And let's select here some text, and we can comment it just by pressing that keyboard shortcut, which is Ctrl+/. Okay. So this is how you can comment in VS Code editor using this shortcut. Let's comment some HTML code. Let's comment this heading, our main heading, which is ChatGPT, and let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and refresh, and you can see that we are not getting here our main heading, which is ChatGPT. But let's view the page source. Here you can see that we are getting here the heading, but we are getting that in a comment, so that is not rendered by the browser. Let's comment that out because we need the main page heading, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and refresh. So you can see that we are getting back our main heading. So this is what comments are and how we can use comments. So at the beginning of this course, we learned that HT in HTML stands for hypertext. And hypertext means links that connect web pages to each other either within the same website or to other websites. Links are a very important part of the web, and that's what we are going to learn about. We will learn how to create links, different types of links, and more. So how do we create a link in HTML? So we learned that everything in HTML is done using something called HTML elements. We are going to use the anchor element. The anchor tag is used to create hyperlinks to navigate between web pages, sections, or other websites. So the anchor element is what creates hyperlinks. What does hyperlink mean? A hyperlink means a clickable element that when clicked takes the user to another website or web page or a different section on the same web page. The syntax of the anchor element looks like this. So let's go back to our index.html file and let's add some links to it. So since we are copying the ChatGPT Wikipedia page, you can see that on this real page that there are some words which are blue, which shows that they are links. And all of these links takes us to different pages on the Wikipedia site. So let's add some links to our page. First, let's make our title. So this ChatGPT h1 element, which is our main page title, let's make this title a link to the official ChatGPT web page. To do that, let's wrap it inside a opening anchor tag and the closing anchor tag. And let's save this file and let's go back to our browser. You can see that nothing has changed. The ChatGPT title looks the same. But let's check the page source code. You can see that the ChatGPT title is inside the anchor element, but the link doesn't work. Why? That's because the reason is that we have to tell the browser to which web page the anchor tag is linked, or when clicked it should navigate the user to which website. And how do we do that? We do that using HTML attributes. So what is an HTML attribute? HTML attributes gives extra information about an element. They are always written in the opening tag of an element, and attributes are always specified in the name value pairs. So for the anchor element to work, we have to use the href attribute. The href stands for hypertext reference, and it's the attribute that tells the browser where the link should go. So now inside our anchor tag, let's add here the href attribute, and we will set the URL to the ChatGPT page on the OpenAI website, which is https://www.openai.com/index/chatgpt. And let's save this file, and let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. You can see that the style of the heading changed. The color is blue and now it has an underline, which means that it has become a link. Now click on it and you can see that we are now on the OpenAI ChatGPT page. Let's go back to our index.html page. So this is how we create links in HTML. Now let's dive deeper into links and URLs and learn how to create different types of links. Now on any website, we mostly have two types of links. We have internal links. For example, on this Wikipedia page, if we click on any of this link, it takes us to a different page on the same website. That's an internal link. And we have external links, which takes user to a different website or a different resource on the internet. This is what we need to understand before learning absolute and relative URLs. An absolute URL means a full link that includes the protocol, domain, and full path to a resource. So you can learn absolute URLs like this. That think of an absolute URL like giving your full home address to someone. Some example of absolute URLs are this: https www.reddit.com/python. So it is a complete URL. So here we have another example, which is https www.google.com. And it is also an complete URL because it contains the protocol, subdomain, and the domain. So any link which is a complete link, that's an absolute URL. And now let's learn about relative URLs. So a relative URL is a shortened web address that links to a file or page relative to the location of the current document. You can think of relative URLs like giving directions to a room inside your house based on your current location. For example, if you're in the living room and someone asks where's the kitchen, you can say that go straight and turn left. Unlike absolute URLs, relative URLs do not include protocol, domain name. They only provide the necessary path to the target file from the current document's location. Now let's take a look at types of relative URLs. I am going to show you only two types of relative URLs, but there are many more which you will learn as you go through this course. And these two are the file in the same directory. So if you have a file in the same folder, so directory simply means folder. So if you have a file in the same directory as the current HTML file, you can just write the HTML file name in the anchor tag. And when someone will click that anchor tag, it will navigate them to the page linked to that anchor tag. The another relative URL is subdirectory. If target file is inside a subfolder, you include the folder name. So you can write something like blog/post.html. So let's say inside our index.html folder, we have another subfolder named blog, and in that blog folder, we have a HTML file. So we can link that just by writing the folder name first, then slash, then the name of the HTML file which we want to link. So these two relative URLs are the most common and mostly used. But as I said, there are more, and don't worry, you will learn them easily during your web development journey. Now I want to add another web page to our website. So I want to create an about page. For that, let's click on this file button, then click on this new file button. Then here let's select text file and let's press Ctrl and S and let's name it about.html and let's save as type to all files and let's save this file. So we have our about.html. But here's one problem. If I want to link this about.html, I have to provide the complete file path to this about.html. So I have to provide an absolute file path, but I don't want that. I want these files to be in the same folder so that I can easily link to this about.html file. So for that, I will put both of these files into a same folder. So I have put these two files into a folder, and that's why I am getting here this error, because now the VS Code editor cannot find this index.html because I have moved both of these index.html file and about.html file to a new folder. Now let's open that folder. So I recommend you also that you should put your HTML files into a folder, and let's open that folder. Now to open the folder in the VS Code editor, click on this file option, then click on this open folder option, and here I have this HTML course folder where these files exist. So I will select this folder and I will click on this select folder button. Now inside my VS Code editor, that folder opened. Now you can see that I am having here that two files. So index.html file and this about.html file. Now inside our index.html file, I want to add a link that takes the user to this about.html. How do we do that? First, let's add an anchor tag here. So let's add an anchor tag and let's name it about page, and let's set the href to about.html. Now this is a relative URL. Let's go back to the browser and here let's refresh, and we are getting here that your file could not be accessed. That's because our file location has changed. So let's copy this file path and let's reopen it in the browser. So here now you can see that. So first let me zoom in. So here you can see that we are getting here this link about page. Let's click on this link and it navigates us to the about.html. As right now our about.html is empty, that's why we can't see here anything. So let's add a heading inside our about.html. Let's make that heading about page and let's save this file and let's go back and refresh. So we are getting here about page title. Now I want to go back to our index.html file. So the first method is I can simply click on this arrow and it will take me to index.html file. But I want to make very easy for the user to navigate in our website. So for that, inside our about.html, I will add here an anchor tag and I will set it to index.html and I will name it home page. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. So inside the about page, we are getting here this home page link, and if I click on it, it will take me to the index.html. Now for more accuracy, inside the href attribute inside the index.html file here, in this about page anchor tag href, let's add here /, then about.html. This / simply means the same folder in which this index.html file exists. So writing about.html after / means that about.html file inside the same folder as index.html. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, let's refresh. Now it will work as well. And let's do that for the homepage URL as well. So let's add here / index.html. So now let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. Now that link also works. Now, so here on the Wikipedia page, you can see that we have here something contents. So it's an navigation area. So these are the links to the different section on the same page. If I click the training link, it takes me to the training section on the same page. And how do we create these types of links? So to create these types of link, first we need to learn about an HTML attribute. The HTML attribute that we need to learn about is ID attribute. The ID attribute is used to uniquely identify an element for styling, scripting, and navigation. ID attribute value have to be unique throughout the document. And the ID attribute syntax looks something like this. ID equal to the ID value which we want. Now for each section heading, here let's add a ID to it. And remember, the ID value need to be unique throughout this document. So let's add the ID to the training heading and let's make that ID value training. And now let's scroll down and let's set the ID for the features and limitations, and let's set it to features. And let's scroll down and let's set the ID for the limitations to limitations. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. So nothing changes, but let's see the source code. So here you can see that each of this heading is having the ID attribute. Now at the top here, let's add a heading and let's make that heading h2, and let's don't add here at the top, so let's add it after the h1, and let's add here the h2, and let's set it to content navigation. And here let's add a anchor tag, and here let's make this anchor tag training, and let's set the href to hash and then the ID value of the section to which we want to link this anchor tag. So let's set it to training because the ID value of the training heading is training. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. So we are getting here training, this anchor tag. So if I click on it, so we are navigated to the training section. And let's add the anchor tag for each of these section. So let's add another anchor tag and let's set the href to hash and then the ID value of the section to which we want to link. So let's link it to feature section. So let's set the href to hash features because features is the ID value for the features heading. And then let's set this anchor tag to features. So let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So let me zoom in a little bit. So we are getting here features link. So if I click on it, we are getting redirected to the features and limitation section on the same page. So I hope you guys learned about links, different types of links, and how we can create links in HTML. So now let's learn about void elements. But what are void elements? Before learning them, let's recap everything we know about HTML elements. We learned that HTML elements have an opening tag, then content and a closing tag, like this p element which represents the paragraph. But the void elements are a little different. Void elements are the HTML elements that don't have any content inside and don't need a closing tag. They are self-closing and are used to insert something simple like a line break, image or input field. You just write the opening tag and that's it, no closing tag is needed. These tags work alone and don't wrap around the text or other elements. That's it. Void elements do not have a closing tag and they don't contain any type of content. It's just one tag. So here is the list of mostly all the void elements in the HTML5. Not all of these are commonly used and you don't need to learn each of these right now. But we will learn the commonly used one and the important ones. So the most common ones are input element, which is used to add an input field to collect data from the user. The meta element, and we will learn about this meta element in the coming part of this course. I have created a completely different section covering the meta element. Then we have the link element, which is used to connect CSS files, link to fav icon, etc. Then we have the HR element, which is used to add a horizontal line between content for visual divider and separation. The image element, which is used to embed an image in a document. The BR element, which is used to add a line break in the text. We will learn about image element in the next part and input element when we will learn about HTML forms section of this course, where we will learn how we can collect data from the users. Right now, we will learn about BR element, HR element and the link element. So the syntax of the void elements is very simple compared to the regular HTML elements. The syntax for the BR element is less than bracket, then the name of the element and then the greater than bracket. That's it. Now there is one more way, which is by adding the forward slash after the element name and before the greater than bracket. Both of these syntax are valid and used commonly in the industry, and I showed you because if you ever see this syntax you won't get confused. The syntax for the other void elements is also the same. Now some of these void elements have attributes, like this link element have these two attributes. So this link element has mainly two attributes, href and rel. And where do we define them? As we learned by learning HTML attributes that they are defined in the opening tag, in the void elements we define them after the tag name. So the link element with attributes looks like this. Don't worry, we will learn about these link elements attributes. So here in the about.html file, let's add here a h1 element. So we already have a h1 element here. So let's add here the document boilerplate and let's save this file. And here inside the body element, let's add here a link first and let's link it to the index.html file by writing /index.html in the href, and let's name it home.html or home page. And after this anchor element, let's add here a h1 element and let's make this title about page. And after this h1 element, let's add here a paragraph. So let's type here p, and here let's add some dummy text to it. For that, there's a very simple trick in VS Code editor. Just write here lorem and then the number of words you want. Let's say 50, and let's press tab, and you can see that VS Code editor automatically added this 50 words dummy text. So let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and let's open the about page. So if you remember, we have added a link to the about page which will take us to the about page. So let's click on it, and here you can see we are on the about page, and here you can see at the top we have a link to the index.html file, but after that we have the title and the paragraph. Now what I want is that in this title the word page should be on the next line, not next to the word about. So how we can do that? So for that, let's remove the word page from the h1, and here let's add here another h1 element, and let's paste here the word page, and let's save this file and let's go back and let's refresh. You can see that we got what we wanted. We are having here the word page after the word about. But is this semantically right? So let's open the page source code. So let's click on the view page source. So here you can see we are getting here two h1 element. So is this semantically right? No, it is not. Because in the heading section, we learned that we should only have one h1 element in a web page representing the main heading or the title of the page. And we are having here two h1 elements. And also, if someone is using a screen reader, they might get confused which is the main heading. So visually, this is what we want, but semantically, it isn't right. So let's remove this page h1 and let's add the page word back to the about page h1 element. So let's save this file. So what is the solution? We can use here the BR element to add a line break. So BR element, the BR tag, is used to insert a line break within the same block of text. It moves the content after it to a new line without starting a new paragraph. So the solution is, let's add here the PR element. So after the word about, let's add here the BR element, and BR element is a void element, which means it does not have any closing tag. And let's save this file and let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. So you can see we achieved what we want. The word page is on the next line. So I hope you guys understand the BR element. Now let's talk about the HR element. The HR tag is used to insert a horizontal line that separates content. It indicates a thematic break, such as change in topic, or separates different sections of related content on the same page. Now let's add the HR tag between the different sections or topics to create a thematic break. For example, let's add here a HR tag after the title and before the content navigation heading. So let's add here the HR tag and let's save this file. Now, as this is the section which only contains links for navigation, which is functionally distinct from the main topic, we will also add a HR element before the training section. So before the training heading. So let's add here the HR element and let's save this file. So this HR element tells the user that topic has changed from the previous one, and this is exactly what HR element is used for. It is important to note that do not use HR for the visual line. So what I'm trying to say, let me tell you. First, let's save this file and let's scroll down a little bit. Let's also add the HR before this feature section and let's save this and let's also scroll down. We don't have any other section. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's go back to our home page. So here you can see that we are getting here a line where we added the HR element. So this HR element adds this horizontal line. And this HR element tells the user that the topic has changed from the previous one, and this is exactly what HR element is used for. And it's important to note that you should not use the HR element just for a visual line. In HTML5, the HR tag has a semantic meaning. If you simply need a line for visual purposes, you should use CSS. So I hope you got the idea of the BR and HR elements. So now let's learn about the link element. The link element is primarily used to link external resources to an HTML document. It's mostly commonly used to include style sheets, but it can also define site icons and other external resources. So mostly we use link element to connect CSS files. So style sheet simply means CSS files, but we can also use link element to define the favicons. And if you don't know what is a favicon, don't worry. In the next video, we will learn how we can define favicons and what is favicon. So usually we place the link element inside the head element, and the syntax of the link element looks something like this. And to make this link element work, we have to define some attributes, and this link element is a void element, so it does not have any closing tag. And to make it work, we define attributes. There are mainly two attributes we define in the link element to make it work. The first one is the href. Here in the href attribute, we define the URL or path to the external file which we want to link. So here in the href, we define the file path to which we want to link, or we can even provide here the URL. And the second attribute is rel attribute, and this rel attribute describes the purpose of the linked resource. So here we have style sheet. So the linked file is CSS, so we are defining here what is the purpose of the linked resource, as that is a CSS file. So we have written here style sheet. So if we were setting a favicon, then we will set this rel to icon. So I hope you guys understand and learned about the BR element and also understood this link element. Now let's see how we can add favicon inside our web page. Now let's see how we can add a favicon to our website. But firstly, what exactly is a favicon? A favicon is that tiny icon you see next to the page title in the browser tab. So here is the example. So here in this Wikipedia page, here on the top left, here in the tab section, you can see this image that is a favicon. And this favicon plays a big role in branding and helping users identify your site quickly when they have multiple tabs open. Here's another example of this Play Store website. So we have the Play Store logo, which is a favicon. So we are going to learn how we can set this favicon for our website. By default, this is the favicon which every website have, and it is set by the browser. So we want to customize it. So when it comes to the favicons in HTML, the most commonly used and widely supported format is .ico. While many modern browsers supports format like PNG, GIF, and JPEG, the ICO format is the still most reliable option, especially if you want your favicon to show up properly in the older browsers like Internet Explorer. Now, before we learn which HTML element we used and how we write the HTML for the favicon, let's first download an image for our favicon. There are many websites where you can create your own custom favicons, but to keep things simple for this course, we will just download an image and use that as our favicon. So here in the browser, let's search here free favicons. Let's click on the first link that shows up, and I like this favicon, so let's click on it. Not this one, this one. So let's click on it, and here let's click on the download option, and here let's select the PNG format. As I mentioned earlier, PNG is supported by most browsers, so it will work fine for us. So let's click on this PN format, and let's click on this download button to download this favicon. And here let's name it favicon, and let's click on this save button to save this file, and let's open the downloads option. And now, as we have downloaded the favicon, let's move it inside our folder which we have opened inside our VS Code editor. So we are having here our favicon.png. so here in the head element, so let's go to our head element. Here let's use the link element. So we use the link element to set the favicon. So here inside this link element, let's change the rel attribute value to icon, because we are setting the favicon. So this rel equal to icon attribute tells the browser that this link is for the website icon. And here in the href, let's set it to ./favicon.png. So we are referring to our favicon image file, and we are using a relative path because this image is inside the same folder as our HTML file. You could use an absolute path or even an external URL if needed. And here let's define another attribute, the type attribute. So the type attribute, here let's define img/png. So it tells the browser what kind of file we are linking to. Just like we use text/css for style sheets, here we use it's image/png because our favicon is a PNG file. And if it was .ico, so if it was this format, then you have to set here image/x/icon. But as it is PNG file, so let's set here MIME type to image/png, and let's change this file type to PNG. And let's save this file, and let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. So there it is. On the top left of the browser tab, you can see our custom favicon showing up nicely. So this is how we add a favicon in HTML. So in the previous chapters, we learned about void elements and link element and how to set a favicon. Now we will learn about images, how we can work with images in HTML, and we will learn many more things about images. So first of all, what is an image element? So the image element is used to show an image on a web page. So we use image element to embed the image in a web document. So in our HTML web page, it is a void element, meaning it does not have a closing tag or a content inside. So image element is a void element, which means it does not have a closing tag. And the syntax of image element looks something like this. And there is also one more important attribute in the image element, which is not present inside this syntax right now, but don't worry, we will learn about it as well. So we write image element like this, and in the image element we define this src attribute. The src attribute tells the browser where the image is. So in the src attribute, which is a source attribute, we define the location of the image, and it can be a relative path or an absolute path. And without the as source attribute, the image won't show on our web page. So let's add the image inside our web page. So here I have our index.html file opened inside our web browser, and here inside our folder, let me show you, I am having this ChatGPT logo.png, which is a image, and let's add this image to our document. And also we have this image, the ChatGPT logo, in the Wikipedia page as well. So as we are replicating the ChatGPT Wikipedia page, we are replicating it to learn HTML. So let's add image to our document as well. So for that, let's decide where we want to add the image. So let's add the image after this ChatGPT title. So after the ChatGPT title, let's add the image, and here the syntax is very simple: less than bracket img and then greater than bracket. That's it. And if we just type the name of the element, which is image img, and here if we click on the suggestion, you can see that VS Code Editor auto completed the syntax. And here the VS Code Editor defined one more attribute, which is this alt attribute, and right now we haven't discussed about it, so don't worry, we will learn about it, but right now let's remove it. We only know about this source attribute, so let's talk about it. So in the source attribute, we have to define the location of the image, but let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and refresh. We are getting here some space, but we are not getting here the image. So if I comment it out, the image element, and let's go back and refresh, now we are not getting that space. But if I add it back and refresh, we are getting here the space, because it is a sign that we have here a image element, but we don't have any image here right now. That's because we haven't defined which image we want to show on the web page, and we have to do that inside this src attribute. And as we have this ChatGPT logo.png, let's define the location, the relative path to it. So let's write here ./ChatGPT logo.png, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So you can see that we are getting here the image, the ChatGPT logo, and right now you can see that it is a very large image. And one more thing, let's organize our folder. So let's create here another folder by clicking on this second option, and let's name this folder images, and inside images folder let's put all the images, and let's click on move button. Now let's again save this file. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. Okay, so now we are not getting here our image, we are only getting here this image logo, and this image logo tells the user that there is an image, but the browser cannot find the image. So that's why we are getting here this image broken logo. Okay, the broken image logo. So why we are not getting the image? Because now our image is inside the images folder. So here we have to define ./images. So go to the images folder, and there you will find the ChatGPT logo.png, and we have to do that for the fav icon as well. So let's do that. So right now we have defined the relative path for our images. Now let's go back and refresh. Again we are getting our image, but the image is so big. So how we can decrease its height or width? So for that we can define some attributes on this image element. So let's define here the attribute height. So here inside this height attribute we define the height of the image we want, and we defined it in pixels, and we only have to give here a number. So let's say I want to make the height of the image 50 pixels, so I will just write here 50. Let's go back to the browser, let's refresh. So now it's looking better. And as we had only defined here the height, so the browser is maintaining the aspect ratio of this image. But if we define here a width, so we can also define width using another attribute named width, and let's make the width 50. So let's save this file, let's go back to the browser and refresh. Okay, so as the height and the width are same, we are not getting any changes. But if I set the width to 100, now you will see some don't look as good as it was. That's because we have defined both the height and the width attribute, and the width is more than the height. So let's remove this width attribute and let's only define the height attribute, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Now it's looking better because as we had only defined the height attribute, the browser will automatically calculate the width needed for the image, and the browser will also maintain its aspect ratio. So I hope you guys understand image element. Now we can't only define the relative paths, so the paths to the file on our local folder, but we can also define images with URLs. So let's add here an image element, another image element, and here let's remove the old attribute right now, and let's go back to this ChatGPT Wikipedia page, and here we have this ChatGPT screenshot, ChatGPT interface screenshot. So let's copy this image URL. So for that, let's right click on it and let's click on this copy image address, and let's paste it inside our source attribute. And now let's go back to our web page and let's refresh. So we are getting here the image, the screenshot of the ChatGPT web page. So you can also add images by defining their absolute URL. So by defining the URL in the source attribute, and let's comment it down, or let's have it. Okay, let's not comment it out. So you can see that we are getting here two images, and let's add a BR tag here to add a line break. So this image should come on the next line. So let's refresh. So the image is coming on the next line. Okay, so it is coming after the ChatGPT logo. Now it's looking better. Now it's time to learn about the second important attribute I was talking about. So the second important attribute that we have to define in the image element is the alt attribute. So the alt attribute stands for alternative text, and it provides a text description that replaces an image when it cannot be displayed. Rather than just describing the image in the alt text, we should explain the image purpose. For example, if the image is a company's logo, the alt text should say something like this is company logo or company logo, instead of describing what the logo looks like. So alt attribute, we define a short description about the image in the alt attribute. The reasons the alt attribute is important, the reasons are accessibility for the visually impaired users. So the visually impaired users, so some users with disabilities, uses screen readers to surface the web. So screen readers can read out the alt text explaining what the image is about for users who can't see the images. The second reason is SEO, search engine optimization. So search engine uses the alt text to understand what image represents, which help your content to appear in the relevant search results. And backup tag. So if the image does not load, the browser will show the alt text to the users instead of an error, so that user can understand that there is an image and what that image was about. So I hope you guys understand what is alt attribute and why it is important. Let's talk more about it. So the main goal of the alt attribute is to offer short and clear description of the images. Typically, the description should be no longer than 125 characters to ensure it's easy to understand and accessible. So here's a tip about how to write alt attribute. So a good way to think about writing alt text is to imagine you are describing the image to someone who can't see it or explaining it over the phone. Keep it clear and to the point. So this simply means that keep the alt attribute short and to the point. If an image is purely decorative, so if you're using an image which you think is only for decoration or is only decorative, so you're just using it for designing, for styling your web page, and the image does not provide any useful information, you can leave the alt attribute. You should define the alt attribute, but just leave it, because the old attribute is important, and when you leave the old attribute, it tells the screen readers to ignore the image. Okay, so when you leave the old attribute empty, so the screen reader will understand that it is used for purely decorative purpose, and it would skip the image while explaining the web page to the user. And for these decorative images, it's better to use CSS. Now let's add the old attribute to our images inside our web page. So here we have two images, which the first is the ChatGPT logo and second is the interface of ChatGPT web page. So let's add old attribute for our logo first. So let's add here old attribute, and let's only type here ChatGPT logo or ChatGPT's logo. I think ChatGPT logo sounds better. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Nothing changes. But if I make here some changes, so if I make here an error in this source attribute, so let's remove the M from the images and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. So first we are getting here the broken image logo, and then we are getting here our old text, which is ChatGPT logo. So this is our old text shown to the user by the browser. So the user can understand that, okay, here is the image and that image depicts ChatGPT logo, but browser is not able to find that image. So the user will understand. So here we are having a ChatGPT logo image. And let's add the M. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So we're getting here our image. Now let's add the old attribute for this image as well. So let's set its old text as well. And what we should set it. So as it is the ChatGPT web interface, so we can just type here screenshot of ChatGPT web interface. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh, and here let's open the inspect element. Let's inspect our images. So this first image also have the old attribute. So let me zoom in a little bit for you. Here our first image have the old attribute, old text set to ChatGPT logo, and the second image old text is set to screenshot of ChatGPT web interface. Okay, so we have learned about images and how to work with images and all the important attributes of the images. So I am pretty sure that at some point in your life you have created or seen a list. You probably use list daily while writing something, maybe in MS Word or Google Docs. Now we are going to learn about the same concept but in the context of HTML. We will explore what are lists in HTML, the different types of lists, and how they are used in HTML. So what are HTML lists? HTML lists are used to group together related items. Yes, we use lists in HTML to group pieces of content that are related to each other and belong to same category. For example, a list of fruits or a list of to-dos you want to complete. List in HTML can be used in many ways, but the main goal is to group related elements together. There are mainly two types of lists in HTML that are most commonly used, that are unordered list and ordered list. Alright, let's learn about each type one by one. First, the unordered list. An unordered list shows the items with bullet points, and we use unordered list when the order of the items does not matter. So don't worry, we will look at plenty of examples to understand each list type better. And each item in the list is added using the li element. The syntax of an unordered list looks like this. We use ul element, and which you might have guessed stands for unordered list. It's not a void element, which means it has a both opening and closing tag. And inside this ul element, so that is between the ul opening and closing tag, we have li elements, and we add these li elements for each list item. And each li element also has an opening tag and a closing tag. So here's how an unordered list looks in the browser. Some examples of the unordered list grocery items. So suppose you went to shopping and created a shopping list. The order of the items doesn't matter. You can buy the last item first and the first item last. That's when an unordered list makes sense. So second example is fruits you like or toys that your little brother plays with. Now let me show you a real life example. So if you search on the Google for a butter chicken recipe and click on the first link and scroll down, you will likely see the ingredients and the substitutes section. And you can see that they are using an unordered list. That's because the order of the ingredients doesn't matter. And let's inspect it by right clicking and click on the inspect element button, and here the right button isn't working. So what we can do is we can click on these three dots and then click on the small tools and then click on the developers tool options to open the inspect element, and let's inspect this, and you can see that they are using unordered list. So let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see that they are using a unordered list. Now let's do this practically. So inside the about.html file, so let's say we want to show users the services we provide. So first we will add the heading and it should be a h2, and let's set it to our services. And after this h2, let's add list showcasing the services. Since the order doesn't matter, so the order does not matter, we will use an unordered list. So let's add here ul element and let's press enter, and the VS Code editor will auto complete the syntax. And here inside the ul, so inside this unordered list, let's add the first list item using the li element, and let's set it to web development. And let's add another list item and let's set it to mobile development. And let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and here in the index.html file, let's click on this about page link, and here let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see that in the browser we are getting here this dotted list because we are using unordered list, and this is how unordered list looks in the browser. So we learned about the unordered list. Now let's talk about the second list type, the ordered list. So an unordered list is used when the order doesn't matter, but an ordered list is used when the order matters. And an ordered list displays items with numbers. And each item in an ordered list is also added using the li element, same as in the unordered list. The syntax is almost the same. The only difference is that we use ol instead of ul to make it an ordered list. And here are some examples of when ordered lists are used. So cooking instructions, steps to brush your teeth, directions to reach a place, and the list goes on. That's why I said etc. So etc. And let's go back to our butter chicken example. So here let's scroll down and let's close the inspect element. Here let's scroll down and you will see that we are getting here the cookie instruction, the recipe, and here they are using the ordered list because the steps need to be followed in a specific order. You can't start with the step 3 and go back to the step 1. That would ruin the dish. So that's why they are using the ordered list. Now let's do it practically. So inside our about.html file, let's say we organized a competition and now we want to display the winners on our page. Since the order does matter, the first place winner comes first, second place next, and so on, we will use an ordered list. First, let's add a heading and let's set the heading to winners. So let's set the heading to winners and let's press tab. So VS Code editor autocomplete it, and let's press enter and let's add our ordered list. And here let's add our first list element, which should be the name of the student who wins the competition, who is first. So let's add here the name John. Now we are not adding here numbering because the browser will add that automatically. We just have to add our ordered list. Okay, so let's press enter. Let's add here the second username and let's set it to Sarah, and let's add here another list item, and let's set it to Amit. Let's save this file and let's see how ordered list looks in the browser. So let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So here we are getting here our ordered list, and you can see that it is a numbered list because it is a ordered list and the order does matter. So I hope you guys learned about ordered and unordered list. Now let's talk about something really interesting. You might be wondering what's that? Well, nested list simply means a list inside another list. You can have an ordered list inside an unordered list, or an unordered list inside an ordered list, or an unordered list inside unordered list, or ordered list inside an ordered list. This helps organize items in a clear hierarchy, and so this is how unordered nested lists look. And you can nest ordered list inside unordered list and unordered list inside ordered list. So here let me explain with a real world example. Imagine you are making a list like this. So here you have programming languages name, and under each programming language name you want to show the frameworks or libraries that belong to it. In that case you can use nested list. Under each language we showing a sublist of related frameworks, and that's exactly what nested lists are used for. Now let's do this practically. So inside our about.html, here after the winners section, let's add here another heading, and let's set it to h2. So we are using h2 element, and let's set it to programming languages and frameworks, and let's add here our list, and we will create an unordered list because the order of the languages doesn't matter. So here let's add our first li, and let's set it to JavaScript, and here then let's add another list item and let's set it to Python. And let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and refresh. So we are getting here our programming languages and frameworks list, which is an unordered list. Now below each of these programming language name, we want to showcase the frameworks that this programming language have. So how can we do that? So inside the list item element, so inside this list item element, let's add another unordered list, and let's add here the first list element, and let's add the frameworks like React, and let's add here another list item, and let's set it to Vue, and let's add here another list item, let's set it to Angular. And let's do that for the Python programming language as well. And here's the trick: we are adding the unordered list inside the list item element. Okay, so as this list we want it under the JavaScript list item, so that's why we are adding it inside the JavaScript list item. Okay, so here let's add the unordered list for the Python as well, and let's set the first li to Django, and let's add the second list item, and let's set it to Flask. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. You can see that we are getting here our unordered list, but also inside each list item, so under the each list item we are getting here another unordered list, and the browser have automatically added the spacing to show that it is under this list item. So this is how we nest list. So this is how nested unordered list looks in the browser. Now you can also nest ordered list inside unordered list, or even mix them depending on your use case. Now one more thing about the list in HTML. When we think about a list in real life, we usually imagine something like a shopping list, a list of tasks, or a list of names. But in HTML, the idea of a list is not just for text. In HTML, we use lists to group together items that are related to each other. And these items can be anything, not just words. Let's look at a real example. On most websites, like on this stripe.com, we have a navigation menu. And it has links like products, solutions, developers, resources, pricing, sign in, contact sales. And this is the perfect place to use a list. Why? Because all these links are part of the same group. They are navigation links, and they may lead to different pages, but they are still connected. So they wrapped each of this link inside a list item. So you can see that here in the inspect element section, and it is an unordered list because the order doesn't matter. And this helps the browser and also screen readers understand that these items are grouped. So even if it doesn't look like a list on the web page, there are no bullet points showing. In the HTML code, it's still a list. Now, when you will learn about CSS, you will learn how you can remove the bullets from the unordered list or these numbers from the ordered list. Alright, next we are going to learn about two small but very important HTML elements: Superscript and Subscript. These elements are used to make text go slightly above or slightly below the normal line. Let me explain what that means in a simple way. Let's start with Superscript. Superscript is the text that goes a little bit higher than the normal text line. To make the text appear as superscript in HTML, we use the superscript element, and it has both opening and closing tag. And let's look at an example. So here on the ChatGPT Wikipedia page, you can see that we have these numbers which are links to references, and these numbers are not on the same level as the other words. They are at the top and they have a smaller font size. And mostly these types of things are used when you want to write something scientific like chemical formula. So it is done using the HTML element known as superscript, and let's inspect it. So let's see which element they are using. You can see that they are using the superscript element, and it also have an anchor tag. Right now that's not our focus is the superscript element. So we use superscript element to make the character or word superscript. Okay, and here is the syntax of the superscript element. So here we have the Einstein favorite equation, which is E equal to mc square, and the 2 is above the normal line. It is at the top, and you can see that we are using the superscript element to make it at the top, and it is also decreasing its font size. And here's some more examples. Notice that this 4 is going up, and that's what we call the superscript. And let's do it practically. So inside our about.html file, so here above this h2, let's add the Einstein favorite equation, which is E equal to mc square, and let's put it inside the p element. Okay, so we are wrapping it inside the p element, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser, let's refresh. So we are getting here our equation E equal to mc square, but it is very small. So to make this text large, I'm going to use the h2 element, and here I'm using the h2 element just for the teaching purpose. And I know that h2 element doesn't make sense here, but to make the text larger, I am using the h2 element. And I do not recommend this, that if you want to make the text large, use the heading element. I don't recommend this, and you shouldn't do this in your real life projects. I am just using it because for the teaching purpose. But in real project, if you want to make text large, use CSS and use the suitable element that suits that use purpose. Okay, that use case purpose. So here for the teaching purpose, I am only using the heading element. And here also let's add the horizontal line before and after the heading element, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and let's refresh. So okay, we are getting here equation. Now what we want is, we want to have this number 2 at the top of the C, and for that we are going to use the superscript element. So let's wrap this number 2 with element superscript. So let's wrap it between the opening and closing tag, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser, let's refresh. So we are getting here our result, the result we want. So we are getting here the 2 above the normal line. We are getting here it at the top of the character C. So we used the superscript element. Now let's understand subscript. Subscript is the opposite of superscript. It makes text go a little bit lower than the normal line. We use subscript mostly in chemistry, maths. So in chemistry we use it for formula for water. In maths we use it when working with coordinates, and sometimes in technical or scientific writing. In HTML we use the subtag for this, for subscript, and here's the HTML code. So the chemical formula for the H2O, to make this 2 little bit lower than the normal line, we are using the subscript element. And here you can see that the number 2 goes down, and that is subscript. Let's do it practically, but before that, here are some more examples. We have here CO2, O2, H2O. Now let's do it practically. So here, let's add here another heading, and after that heading, let's also add the HR element for the horizontal line. And here inside this heading, let's add H2O. So let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. So we are getting here the text H2O, but we want to make this number 2 below the normal line. For that, let's use this subscript element. So let's wrap it using the subscript element, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So okay, we are getting what we want. So this is how we use superscript and subscript. And here's one more example. So here, one more exercise. Let's do it. So here I have the equation. So let me show you the equation. So let me paste it here, and let's create this type of equation. So for that, let's again add H2, and let's type here CO2 plus H2O plus, not plus, arrow, C6 H12 O6, then plus O2. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So we have to make this text look something like this. So for that is very easy. We just have to use the subscript element. So let's do that. Let's wrap this 2 with the subscript element, and let's do that for the second 2 as well. So let's add here the sub element, and let's do that for the 6 as well. So let's add here the sub element, and let's wrap the 6 with sub element, and let's do that for the number 12 as well, and let's do that for the number 6 as well, and let's do that for the number 2 as well, which is the last number. Okay, so let's wrap this number 2 with subscript element. So let's save this file and let's view toggle word wrap. Okay, let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. So we are getting the result that we wanted, and now this text looks exactly like this. So I hope you guys understand both superscript and subscript element in HTML. Alright, now we are going to learn about a very important topic in HTML, inline and block level elements. In HTML, every element you use is either a block level element or an inline element. This simply means that some elements take up the entire horizontal space, while others only take up as much space as they need. Let's understand both one by one. Let's start with block level elements. Block level elements always starts on a new line and takes up the full width available in its container, even if the content is small. Some common example of block level elements are paragraph element, heading elements, unordered list, ordered list, list item, and there are many more. Let me show you this in the browser. So here I have opened the index.html file, and let's inspect the h1 tag. When I click on it in the inspect element, in the inspect tool, you can see a blue highlight around the h1 element on the left side. Notice how the blue box stretches from the left side. So here you can see that how this blue box stretches from the left side to the right side of the screen, even though the text inside this h1 element is just one word, which is ChatGPT. That's because h1 is a block level element. It takes the full width available on the page, and it will always start on a new line. Let's look at the other few examples. So here, this content navigation heading, and you can see that it is also taking the full width of the screen, even though it's just two words, which is content and navigation. And that's also the same case for the unordered list and the paragraph element. The paragraph element is also a block level element, so even if paragraph have just one character, it will still occupy the entire width of the page, and it will always start on a new line. So now let's talk about the inline elements. An inline element stays on the same line as the other elements and takes only as much space as it needs, and it does not start on a new line. Some common examples of inline elements are anchor tag, image tag, subscript element, superscript element, and there are many more, and we are also going to learn some more elements later. And don't worry, whenever we will come across any new inline elements, I will let you know. Let's go back to the browser, and here let's inspect the anchor tag, this about page anchor tag. When I hover over it using the inspect tool, notice how the blue box only surrounds the text inside the anchor tag, and it does not stretch across the full width, or it does not takes the full width of the page like this h1 element, which is a block level element. It is only taking as much space as it needs. Now let me add here another anchor tag. So here inside our index.html file, after this about page anchor tag, let's add here another anchor tag, and let's name it contact us, and let's save this file, and let's go back to the browser, and you can see that the anchor tags, both of these anchor tag, about page anchor tag and the contact page anchor tag, they appears side by side on the same line. They don't push each other onto a new line because they are inline elements. And now let's test this by adding a block level element before the about link, and let's say an h1 tag. Okay, so actually let's do this in the about.html file. So after this h2 element, which says e equal to mc square, I will add an anchor tag, and let's label this anchor tag reference, and let's save this file, and let's go back to the browser, and let's go to the about page. So let's go to the about page, and let me zoom in a little bit. So here let's scroll down. So we are getting here e equal to mc square. Now after this e equal to mc square, we are getting the anchor tag. And if I add here another element, another inline element after the anchor tag, let's say image element, and let's set it to ./images/5icon.png. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. You can see that the anchor tag and the image tag are side by side on the same line. They are not pushing each other onto a new line because they are inline elements. So inline elements don't push each other onto a new line, and they appear side by side. And if I add here a block level element after this h2 element, so let's say a paragraph element, and let's set the paragraph to just this is a paragraph, and let's save this file, and notice that it is a very small paragraph. It just contains 4 words, and let's go back and refresh. Even the h2 element, this e equal to mc square, have a lot of space after it, so you can see that. And this paragraph is also very small, and it can fit here after this h2, but even though they are coming next to each other, they are not on the same line. They start on the new line. Both of them are starting on a new line. That's because they are block level elements. So block level elements, remember, they always starts on a new line, and they takes the full width of the page, they takes the full width of its parent's container. And inline elements don't take full width of the page, they only take as much space as they need, and they appears on next to each other. So if we have a inline element after the inline element, so they will both appear on the same line next to each other. But if we have a block level element between them, so let's add here another block level element between anchor tag and image element. So let's set it to block element, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser, let's refresh. Now you can see that the image and anchor tag, they are now not side by side, but they are now next to each other because there's a block level element between them. That's why this block level element is pushing the other elements, the other inline elements, to start on a new line, because this block level element starts on a new line. So I hope you guys understand this block level elements and inline elements concept. Alright, now in this video we are going to talk about a very important concept in HTML, and that is nesting. So what is nesting in HTML? Nesting in HTML is the practice of placing one HTML element inside another to create a hierarchical structure. That means we can put one element inside another element, and that's what is nesting. And it's something we use all the time when building websites. And nesting is very common in HTML. In fact, there's no website you can build without using nesting. Even the simplest web page will have some level of nesting. Let me show you an example. So here we are having a body element, and inside body element we are having the heading element, which is the main heading h1, and then the p element. Now this is a very simple web page, and here we are nesting these two elements, which is h1 element and paragraph element, inside the body element. So here you can see how common nesting is in HTML, and nesting can be many level deep. Okay, believe me, when you're building a complex structured website, the nesting can be really deep. And here's one rule: nesting block elements inside inline elements is invalid in HTML. Okay, you can't nest block elements inside the inline elements. Remember this point. And I think I should have covered this point, nesting block elements inside inline elements, in the inline and block level elements video, but I thought that it would be better to cover this in the nesting video, so that's why I am covering it right now. And let me show you some real life examples. So here I have the Stripe website opened, and here is the markup, the HTML behind this web page, the stripe.com homepage. So here first we are having the HTML element, and inside this HTML element we are having the head element and the body element. So right now let's just focus on the body element. The body element is nested inside the HTML element. Now inside the body element, if we open, we are having here a div element. Don't worry about it, we will learn about it, but just remember it is an HTML element. And then we are having some other types of element like script, iframe, and this script element we use it when we are working with JavaScript. Okay, and inside this div element we have another elements. We are having here this header element, and then inside this header element we are having another div, and inside this div we are having here another div, and after that we are having here three another div. It's for including this last one. So inside the first div we are having another div, and you can see that there are a lot of HTML elements here nested inside each other. And here we have a section element. Inside the section element we have this div element, which contains other div elements, which contain other div elements. Mostly there are divs, but you can and you will find here another elements. Like now we are getting here the h1 element, the let's scroll down, we are getting here the footer element. Let's not just focus on the footer element. Let's open this div. So here we are having some text, and let's go inside this section element. The main point, okay, let's focus on the main point. The main point is that nesting HTML elements inside each other is very common, and you can see that how deep the nesting can be, and it is very common. Here's another website, Smashing Magazines. You can see their web page, and as it is a complex structure, you can say, or a complex design, so their markup will be very complex as well. There will be a lot of nesting. So here we have the body element, and inside the body element we have having a div element, and after that div element we are having here the header element. Inside the header element we are having here the h1 element, then the navigation element. Don't worry about the new elements here, we will learn about them. Okay, but our main focus is the nesting topic. So here we have unordered list, and inside this each of list item we are having here anchor tag, and you can see that there is a lot of elements and they are nested inside each other. So the main point was that nesting is very common, and any web page that we are going to create, you are going to have this nesting in your web page. Now let's talk about our web page that we created. Now before talking about our web page, let's talk about something. So if I zoom out and let's view the toggle word wrap, so here you can see that our code is very messy. We can't just tell by looking at the code that which element is nested inside which element. This code is very messy. So how we can format this code? So for that, what we can do is just right click and then click on this format document option, and VS Code editor will automatically format our markup, our HTML. So now it's better. We are getting here the anchor tag, and after that anchor tag we are having here another anchor tag, then another anchor tag. But here now the h1 element is inside this anchor tag. Now we can tell that this h1 element is inside this anchor tag just by looking at the code. Now I will talk about this point that may be coming in your mind, that anchor tag is a inline element and h1 is a block element, and then why we are nesting this block level element inside a inline element. Don't worry about it, I will come to this. But look at the code now after formatting. It's looking so pretty. Okay, now we formatted it, so let's format our about.html page as well. Let's here look at it first. So let's view toggle word wrap. So here it's so messy right now, so if we format it now, it will look better. So now it's looking better. And why we are formatting it, the reason behind is that just it will be easy for us to work on this project, to work with this code. Okay, now let's come to this point, that why we are having the h1 element inside the anchor element, as anchor element is an inline element and h1 is a block element, and nesting block elements inside inline element is invalid. Yes, that is. But here we are using the anchor tag, and nesting block level elements inside anchor tag is an exception in HTML5. So you can put block level elements inside anchor tag only in anchor tag, and that will be valid. Okay, you can do that. But here's another option that we can do, and that is we can put this anchor tag inside h1 element instead of putting h1 element inside the anchor tag, and it will give us the same result. So let's do that, and let's format our code by clicking right click and then click on the format document button. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. We are getting here the same result. But putting block level elements inside anchor tag is also valid, but not valid for the other inline elements. Okay, it's only the anchor tag is the exception. Okay, but remember that putting block level elements inside inline elements is invalid in HTML, and it is a bad practice. But I hope you guys understand about this nesting concept. And here we are nesting the anchor element inside the h1 element and the list item elements inside the ul, the unordered list. So you can see that. And here also, if we go on the about page, then here let's look at this heading. So here we are nesting the superscript element inside this heading element, which is h2. So I hope you guys understand about this nesting concept. Alright, let me ask you a question. How would you get information from the user? For example, let's say you want to ask the user which programming languages they use, or you want to perform a survey on your website and want to get some input from the user. How would you do that? The answer is HTML forms. So we use HTML forms to get input data from the user. And in HTML forms, we have input elements like text inputs, radio buttons, and text areas to get the data from the user. And whatever data we get from the user, the HTML form sends that data to a server for further processing. The server can then store that data in a database or process that data for sending some emails or messages. That's really up to the server, and that is not our focus because those things get covered in the backend. But our focus is HTML forms. And believe me, after this HTML forms course part, you are not going to have any problems ever while working with HTML forms. We are gonna deep dive into HTML forms and cover some important things that other HTML courses lack. Okay, back to the topic. So we use the form element to define a form, and it has both opening and closing tags. And here are some examples where we use HTML forms. So we use HTML forms for the contact us page, for the contact form, where the user can fill in some data to contact us. And we also use the HTML forms for the registration on the website. So here's the Facebook registration form example. But the main point is that you use a form when you want to get input from the user. So this is how we define the form element. And inside the opening form tag, we define other two main attributes, the action attribute and the method attribute. Now this is not the best time to learn about these attributes if you are a complete beginner in HTML and just starting your web development journey, because when you cover backend you will truly understand these attributes. But I will try my best to explain these attributes, and as always you also have to give your best to understand them. So first let's talk about the action attribute. In the action attribute, we define the location, the URL where the data should be sent when the user submits the form. So let me show you a real life example. So here we are on the Slack contact sales page, and here they have a form where the user fills in the information for the sales team to contact them. And most likely Slack is going to save this data in a database when the form gets submitted. So let's inspect this form element. So you can see that they are using the form element, and in the opening tag they have defined the action attribute, and in the action attribute they have defined the URL where the form data, so all of these inputs will be sent, and this is the same URL as the one for this page. So they are using the same URL, and it's not mandatory to use the same URL. You can use different URL in the form action attribute, but it's the Slack developers that they are using the same URL for both this form submission and for the showing this page to the user. So when this form is submitted and the data is sent to the Slack server, they have some code running at this URL that tracks when the form is submitted, and when the form is submitted it saves the data to the database. Now maybe before storing the data in the database, they are going to process that data to verify whether it's correct or if it's an attack on the website. There are many things that happen on the backend and we don't have to deep dive into that, but the main point is that the action attribute defines the location where the form data is sent. Now since this Slack website, they are using the same URL for the page to show and for the forms submission. So how do you think that this Slack backend differentiate between the form submission and just a request to show the page? Now for that there's another attribute, and that attribute is the method attribute. So we use this method attribute to define how the data is sent to the server when the form gets submitted. And there are two options for this. One is get and second one is post. We use the post method for the sensitive data. Now you don't have to deep dive into these attributes and request methods if you're a complete beginner in web development, because they are related to the backend and you will learn about them in more detail later. But I will still try my best to explain them by giving a high level overview for students who are curious and want to know more. So by default, the form is submitted using the get request where the data is sent in the URL. And when we use the post method, the data is sent in the request body. We use the post method for the sensitive data, and we use the get method for the data that is not sensitive and won't cause harm if exposed to the others. An example of using get in the forms is a search form, and for post it's a sign up form where the data is sensitive and should not be exposed to the other users. So here on the Slack website you can see that they are using the method attribute and they are using the post method because the data is sensitive and shouldn't be exposed to the others. So that's it, and I hope you understand all the things. Okay, so we learned about the form element which we use to define a form, but how do we get the data from the user? To get the input data from the user, we use the input element. The input element takes the input from the user, and we define these input elements inside the form element. And it is a void element, which means it does not have any closing tag. Now using the input element, we can create different types of inputs like text, password, email, and many more. And how do we do that? We do that using the type attribute to define the type of the input element we want. Now this is a long list of different types of inputs we can define, and you don't have to learn all of these input types, but only the most important and most commonly used ones which are highlighted in the presentation. So let's do this practically. So here in the HTML course folder, I will create another HTML file called contact.html, and in this HTML file we will learn about working with HTML forms. So let's add here the boilerplate. So here now inside the body element, let's add the form element, and let's save this file, and we don't have to define the action attribute because we are just learning the HTML forms. And now let's open this contact.html file in the browser. So let's copy its path, and here inside the browser let's paste that path that we copied. And here you can see that there is nothing on the web page, and even though we have the form element inside the body, so let me zoom in a little bit. So you can see that even though we have the form element inside the body, there is nothing inside the web page. That is because the form element is just a wrapper or parent for all the input elements, which we use to define the different types of input fields in the form. So let's add our first input field, and let's say that I just want to get the first name from the user. So I just want to get the text from the user. So let's define an input element. So here inside the form element, let's define the input element. So let's add here the input element, and let's set it type to text because we just need text, and which is the first name from the user. And let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. You can see that we are getting here an input in the web page where we can type some text. And let's say I want to get last name from the user as well. So let's define another input field, and here inside the form element, let's add here another input field, and let's also set a type as text. Let's go back to the browser and refresh. So you can see that we are getting here two input fields, first for the username, first for the first name, and second for the last name. And here in the select sales contact form, they are also asking for the first name and the surname. And let's inspect their input element. So let's inspect their first name input element. You can see that the type of this input element is also text because they just need first name, which is just text. And the same type attribute is for the surname input element, which is text, because they just need text. Now here inside the select contact form, we have this text first name and the surname, which tells the user that what information to put in the input field. But in our form, we don't have anything like that. We don't have any text that tells the user that to fill which type of information. So as we don't have text, the user will never know what data to put in these input fields. So how do we define that caption or label for the input field? So we do that using the label element. The label element is used to give a name or title to an input field in a form. It helps users know what to enter in the input field, and labels improve accessibility as screen readers read them out for users who are visually impaired. They also improve user experience because clicking the label focuses on the related input field. And the syntax looks something like this. We have to define the for attribute in the label element, and the value for the for attribute and the inputs ID attribute must be the same to connect an input to a label element. So here's an example. We have a label element with the text first name and an input element. Notice the ID value in the input field and the for attribute value in the label field is same. And this is how we connect a label to an input field and tell the browser that this label is connected to this input field. And this is how screen readers know which label is connected to which input field. Also, when the user clicks on the label text, the browser will automatically focus on the input field connected to the label element. So let's add a label element to our form. So commonly we add the label before the input field. So for example, here on the select form, you can see that we are first getting here the label, then the input field. So let's add here the label. So let's add here the label element, and here let's set it to first name. And here inside the for attribute, let's set it to first dash name, and let's set the ID attribute on the input field as first dash name. So now let's go back to the browser and refresh. So we are getting here the label first name, and if I click on this label first name, the browser automatically focus on the input field connected to this label. So let's add the label for the last name as well. So let's add that, and let's set the for attribute to last dash name, last name, and here let's set the ID, and it should be same value as the for attribute in the label attribute, so last name. So let's go back and refresh, and let's click on this last name label. So you can see that browser automatically focus on the last name input field. So I hope you learned about the input element and the label element. Alright, so now that we have learned how to create input fields and connect them with labels, let's take this a step further and talk about the different types of input fields that HTML provides. The input element is super flexible, and by just changing the type attribute we can create a variety of input fields. Whether we want to take a plain text, number, email addresses, dates, or even file uploads, it's all possible using the same input element, just with the different type. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to remember every single type available, because there are quite a few, but it's really helpful to know the most commonly used ones, especially when writing basic forms. So let's look at these practically. So here inside our HTML course folder, we have created this contact.html file, and inside this body element, we have the form element in which we have label element and these input elements with type set to text. So this is the most common one input type field, which is the text input. This is used when we want the user to type in any basic text, maybe a name or a city or a username. So let's go back to the browser and let's see how this looks. So you will see a regular input box and we can type here anything. Now let's talk about another input field, and that is email input. So now let's say I want to collect an email address from the user. So for that, let's add here an input field, and let's set its type to email instead of text. And let's also add here a label, and let's set it to email, and also let's set the for attribute as email and the ID value on the input field as email as well. So let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, let's refresh. So we are getting here this input field with label email. Now, if I try to write something here random, and if I submit this form later, the browser will automatically check that if the input looks like a valid email. And it's a simple way to add some built-in validation. Now, to show this practically, let's submit this form. So how we can submit this form? To submit this form, we need a button for submission, and we don't have any button here. So let's add here button, and to add button, we use the button element, and here let's set this button text as submit. So this is how we add button inside HTML. And by default, when we add a button inside form, the button acts as the form submission button. Okay, so let's go back and refresh. So we are getting here this button, and let me zoom in a little bit. So here you can see we are getting here button. Now let's fill in some data here. So let's set the first name as Taranjot, and let's set the last name as Singh, and let's set the email as taran@gmail.com. And let's click on this submit button to submit this form, and tada, the form submitted, and we are not getting here any error. But let's try to fill this form with an invalid email. So let's add here the first name Taran, and let's add here the last name Jot, and let's add here the email. For example, this is my email, but let's don't add here @ gmail.com or email.com, just simple text. Now if I click on this submit button, you can see that we are getting here this error that please include an @ in the email address. So this is my email is missing an @. So let's add here this is my email @gmail.com, and let's click on the submit button. Now the form gets submitted. So I hope you guys understand and learn about this email element. So let's say we want to get some password from the user, and we don't want that password to be visible to user. So the user who is typing the password knows the password. So if user can't see the password, then that's not a problem, but no other person sitting with that user should not see that password. So how to do that? So for that, let's add here a label, and let's set it to password, and let's add here an input field, and to have a password input field, let's set this type to password. Very simple. and let's add here the password in the for attribute, and let's set the ID as password as well. And let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. So we are getting here this password field, and if I write here something, for example, if I just type something, you can see that we are not getting here the text. The text is not visible. We are just getting here these doors. So this is how we add password. So whenever you want to get some text that but the character should be hidden for privacy, use the password input. So now let's talk about another input field, and let's say that we want to get an numeric value from the user, like the age or quantity or anything, just number. So how we can do that? For that, let's add here again a label tag, and let's set it as age, and we just want to get input as number. We don't want any text. For that, we can set this type to number, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. So we are getting here this the input field, and we have to connect this label with this input. So for that, let's add here the ID, and let's set it to age, and let's set the for attribute as age as well. So now let's go back to the browser, refresh. Now here we can't type here any text. So you can see we can't type any type of text inside this number field, and we can only type here numbers. Okay, so let's type here number. So any number, for example, let's add here 45, and we can increase this number using this arrow, and we can decrease this number using this arrow. And the cool part is that on mobile devices, this shows a number keypad, and on desktop you get those small up and down arrows to increase and decrease the number. Now let's say we want to get a date from the user. We want the user to pick a date, like a birth date or an appointment date. For that, we use input type with input type date. So first let's add here label, and let's set it to date, or we can set it as birth date, and let's set the for attribute as birth dash date, and let's add here an input field, and let's set the type as date, and let's also set the ID as birth dash date. Simple. And let's go back to the browser, let's refresh, and now here we are getting here this date input field. Now using this date input field, user can select a date. So if I click on this, you can see a calendar pop up, and it's very user friendly and avoid manual date entry mistakes. So here I can change the year. So you can see that I can change the year. So let's go to the 2004 year or 2003. Let's select here 2010, and we can select here the month. Let's select here January, and let's select here the date 6th. So here the date which we selected, so here we are getting here first month, day 6, 2010. So this is how we have this date input field, and I hope you understand these most commonly and most used one input field types. And if you just understand these ones, and if you ever want to use any other input field in the future, that will be very easy for you. So if I submit this form, let's see what happens. So the form gets submitted, and here let's talk about this button. So we have the button for submission, and let's comment it down, and let's say I want to add a button so that the user can reset this form. So if we have some data here, let's say, and I want that the user can reset this. So let's say user want to submit this form again. Now instead the user changing or removing all of this text, what we want is we want to have a button on which user click, and all the text, all the inputs are clear. So for that, let's add here another button, and let's set it type to reset. Simple. And let's set it name to reset, and let's add here the button for the submission as well. So let's save this file. Now here we have to refresh. So let's refresh, and let's again add some dummy data, and let's select a date as well. And if I click on this reset button, you can see all the inputs get clear. So we learned about different types of input fields and these different types of button. So I hope you understand all of these things very well. And this is not the last video for the form part. We are going to learn about many more, some advanced fields like text area, checkbox, radios as well. So in the next video, we will learn about those advanced form field types. Now we are going to learn about attributes related to the input elements. Now don't worry about the different attributes for different types of input fields. Leave it on me. You just relax and listen carefully to what I will teach. So let's start with the max length attribute. The max length attribute can be used with input elements such as text, email, password, tel, URL, and search. The max length attribute sets the maximum number of characters a user can type in an input field. It helps limit the input length, for example in usernames. So here in our form, we have this input with first name, and let's say we don't want the first name more than 10 characters. So for that, let's add here the max length attribute and let's set it to 10, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and refresh, and let's try to write here something. For example, let's write here simmer and then sing, and I am trying to write some more characters, but the browser isn't allowing me. So the browser doesn't allow more than 10 characters here, even if I try to add more characters. Okay, so this is how we use max length attribute to add the maximum characters that can be entered in a input field. So here's another alternative to the max length attribute. So the min length attribute. So we use the min length attribute with input elements such as text, search, URL, tel, email, password. The min length attribute sets the minimum number of characters a user must enter in an input field. If the input is too short, the form won't submit and will show an error. So let's add here min length attribute to our last name input field. So let's add here the min length attribute and let's set it to 3. So the surname characters are required to be 3. So minimum 3 characters are required in the surname input field. So let's refresh here and let's type here simmer sing, or let's only type here 2 characters in the last name, and let's try to submit this form by clicking on this submit button. So you can see that we are getting here an error from the browser that please lengthen this text to 3 characters or more, and you are currently using 2 characters. So minimum 3 characters are required. And how we added this feature using this min length attribute. So here's another attribute, the placeholder attribute. So the placeholder attribute shows a short hint or an example inside the input field before the user types. So it helps understand the user what to enter. The text disappears when the user starts typing. The placeholder attribute can be used with input types such as text, search, URL, telephone, email, password, number, and here's the example. So you can see this text, your first name, inside this input field. So your surname. So how can we add this type of hint? So if I just focus on this input field and let's add here first character, the text disappears. So it is telling me, it is giving me a hint. So this text that we should enter here first name. So how we can add that to our input field? So for that we use the placeholder attribute. So here in the first name input field, so let's set here the placeholder attribute to your first name, and let's do that for the last name input field as well. So let's type here your last name, and for the email as well, so let's add here placeholder. Here let's type here in placeholder for the password that type a strong password. So let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So we are getting here the placeholder for the password field as well. So type here a strong password. Even though if user starts typing here something, the text will not appear, but the placeholder text is appearing. So this is how we edit this hint, this placeholder. And let's learn about the another attribute, which is the required attribute. So the required attribute makes sure the user must fill in the input field before submitting the form. If left empty, the form will not submit and will show an error. Required can be used with all input types except hidden, range, color, and buttons. So we can use required with all the input types except with input type hidden, with input type range, with input type color and buttons. So here in our form, if I try to submit this form without entering any data inside these input fields, so let's click on the submit button, the form gets submitted. And we don't want that, because if we try to submit this contact sales form of this Slack website, so if I click on this submit button, so I'm getting here this error, please let us know your first name. So this red text, this red borderlines depicting that all the fields are required to be filled before submitting the form. So how we can do that for our form as well? So for that, here to all the input fields, let's add here the attribute required. Let's add here the required attribute, not read only attribute, required attribute. Let's do that for all the input field, for the password field as well, and for the number field as well, and for the date time field as well. So let's save this file. Let's go back and refresh. Now if I try to submit this form, so let me zoom in a little bit. So if I try to submit this form without entering any data inside any input field, so we are getting here this error that please fill out this field. So we are only getting the error for the first input field, which is the first name field. So if I add here something, and now if I try to submit this form, now I am getting the error for the second field, which is the last name field. Let's add here some data as well. And now if I try to submit this form, I'm getting that error for the email field. So let's fill in some email. And now if I try to submit this form, I am getting this error for the password field. So let's type here some password. Now if I submit this form, I'm getting the error for the age field. So let's set age to something, and also let's try to submit this form. Now we are getting the error for the birth date field. Now as all the input fields are having some value, so I have entered data in all the input fields. So now if I click on the submit button, the form will get submit. So here's another attribute, which is the value attribute. The value attribute sets the default text or data inside the input field. This value is also sent to the server when the form is submitted. We can use the value attribute on all the input types except image. So let's set the default value for the password field. Okay, so let's set a default value for the password field, and let's set it to password. Now if I save this file, now let's go back to the browser and refresh. So I am getting here some data inside this password field, and that is password, because I have set here the value password. So this password input field is getting some default value. And if I try to set some value for the first name field, so let's set the value as username. Now I'm going to get a default value for the first name input field, which is username. So using this value attribute, we set a default value for the input field. So let's add the value for the age field as well, and let's set it to 18. Okay, so let's refresh. So here we are getting 18. Now if I try to submit this form, I will only get the error for the last name field. If I add data for the last name field, then I'm getting error for the email field, because all the other fields except this birth date field have some default value. So now let's learn about another attribute, read only attribute. The read only attribute makes the input field unchangeable. User can see the value but cannot edit it. The data can still be sent when the form is submitted. So if we just want to have an input field, just read only, and user cannot edit it, we can do that using the read only attribute. So after this read only attribute, we have a disabled attribute. So the disabled attribute makes the input field unclickable and uneditable, and it appears faded, and its value is not sent when the form is submitted. Now maybe you are thinking that read only attribute and disabled attribute are similar, and maybe you are confused between them. So here's a table to distinguish between them and to understand them. So if we use the read only attribute, user cannot edit the field, and for the disabled field, user cannot edit the field, but user can copy the data from the read only input field, but user cannot copy the data from the disabled field. And the read only attribute doesn't look faded, whereas the disabled attribute sets the input field to look faded. Okay, and the read only attribute, when set on any input field, that input default value will be sent to the server when the form will be submitted. That is not the case for the disabled attribute. If we set any input field as disabled, that input field value will not be sent to the server when the form will get submitted. So let me show you the difference between the read only and disable attribute. So here let's set the input for the first name as read only and for the last name as disabled, and both of these fields having a default value. So now let's go back and refresh. So last name field, okay, where's the value attribute? We don't have the value attribute for the last name, so let's add here a value attribute and let's set it to last name. Let's save this file. Let's go back and refresh. So we are getting here last name inside the input field for the last name. When I will submit this form, the data, the default value for this first name input field will be sent to the server, but when I will submit this form, the last name input field data will not be sent to the server as it is using the disabled attribute. So I hope you guys understand the difference between read-only attribute and the disabled attribute. Now a last attribute, step attribute. So the step attribute sets the allowed intervals for the number or date inputs. It controls how much the value can increase or decrease when using arrows or sliders. For example, step equal to 1 allows only whole numbers. It is valid for the numeric input types, including date, month, week, time, datetime, local, number, and range type. So let's set the step to 2 inside the input field for the number for the age. Here, if I try to increase this number, it is increasing by 1. So 24, if I increase it, then it's 25, and if I try to decrease it, it decreases by number 1. So I don't want that. I want that when the user increase this value, it will be added by 2. So 23 should be 25, not 24. So how I can do that? I can do that using this step attribute. So here let's set the step to 2. Now let's refresh. Now here the age is 18, but if I click increase this, it will be 20, then 22, 24, 26. So it is increasing by 2, and if I try to decrease it, it will decrease by 2. So using the step attribute, we can do that. And here's a resource. So let me show you a resource where you can find most of the attributes if you learned about them. So just search mdn input attributes and click on the first link, and then here on the right click on this attributes. So here's the table for all the attributes for the input fields, and you can also find the type on which you can use these attributes and the description related to the attribute. But we have learned about the most important one and the most commonly used ones, and some of them are left, but don't worry, we will learn about them later. But if you want to learn more, you can visit this web page and we will talk about this resource later in this course, so don't worry. So we learned that we can use method get or method post in HTML form for submitting the form. Now, when we use the get method, the form data is appended to the URL as query parameters, and when we use the post method, the form data is sent in the body of the HTTP request, not in the URL. Now, we know that in both of the cases, we sent the data to the server. And here's an example. So here we have this HTML form and the web server, and let's say we fill this form. We fill the username and the password, and we submitted this form. So the form is submitted. So we send an HTTP request to the web server, and we are using any method. Let's say we are using get method, and the data is sent to the server. Now here the data is sent that John and my password 123. Okay, but how do the server will know that which is the username and which is the password? So how will the server know that John is the username or the my password 123 is the username? So this is a problem. And how we solve this? We solve this using a attribute, a HTML attribute known as name attribute. So the name attribute gives a name to the input field where the form is submitted. This name is used as the key to send the inputs value to the server. It helps the server know which data belongs to which field, and this is the syntax. So we give a name to each input field using this name attribute, like you have a name, I have a name, and people recognize us using our name. So like that we give name to a input field or every field in the form so that the web server can recognize each field data. So now this time when the form will be submitted, so we will give this username field the attribute name, and we will set it as username, and the password field as name equal to password. Now when the user will submit this data like John my password 123, it will not be submitted like this, but like this, where there will be a key and a value. So like this, username equal to John and password equal to my password 123. So on the web server, the developer or the web server can recognize each data field using this key, using this name attribute value. So let's see this practically. So here I have the contact form, so which we created, and here I want to have another form. Okay, so I'm going to comment this form. Let's comment this form, and let's add here another form, and let me close it. Okay, so here let's add another form, and let's add here a input field, single input field, or let's add multiple input fields. Okay, so let's add here a input field, and let's set it as number, and let's add here another input field, and let's set it type as email, and let's also add a label for each of this input field. Let's give this for attribute name username. Okay, and let's set the id attribute on the input field, and let's set it same as the label for attribute value. So let's add here a label for the number as well, or let's set it as age, and let's name it age, and let's give id to the input field, and let's give it id age. Let's add label for the email, so let's give it for attribute as email, and let's give this input id email. Let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So we are getting here our form, and we forget to add the submit button. So let's add the button, and let's set it as submit, and I will not add here the reset button. Okay, I just want simple form. Now by default, we know that when we will submit this form, it will use the get request method. Okay, so if I click on this submit button, then you can see that the forms get submitted and nothing happens. We just get back our form. That's because we haven't described any URL in the action attribute, and that is why it gets submitted to the same URL, and in the response we get this same HTML file. So if I set here a URL for the action attribute, for example /form submit /, okay, now let's save this file. Now refresh. Now if I click on this submit button, I am getting here this error that your file couldn't be accessed because this URL doesn't exist, but our form gets submitted to this URL. But where is the data? And as we know that by default the form uses method get, and in the method get the data is sent in the URL, but where is the data? There is no data in the URL. So that is because we haven't added the name attribute. So if you will not add the name attribute to input fields, that data will not be submitted to the server when the form will get submitted. Okay, so if I submit here this form again, you can see that there's no data in the URL. So here let's give this input username name as username, and give this input age username age, name attribute age, and you can use different name value. I'm just giving it same value because it will be easy for the web server to recognize each of this input field data. And let's give this email name email, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now if I will submit this form, let's say username Simmer, or age equal to 18, or email equal to something. And before that I just forget one thing, that when I was showing you the example that there is no data in the URL, and you may be thinking that I had not filled any of this input field while submitting this form. So that's it, that can be the reason we are not getting the data in the URL. So here I will remove each of this name attribute value. So let me remove it. Okay, and let's go back to the browser, refresh. Now I will fill each of this input field. Let's fill this as Simmer and let's set it age as 18 and let's set the email as simmer@gmail.com, not gmail.com but gmail.com. Now if I try to submit this form, we should get the data in the URL, but we are not getting the data in the URL even with fill some data inside this form. So if I submit it again, you can see there's no data in the URL. So that is because we haven't added the name attribute. So let's add the name attribute again, name attribute for each of this input field. Now if I go back and refresh and let's set here the username as Simmer and age as 18, or let's set the age as 18 and let's set the email as simmer@gmail.com again. So let's click on this submit button. Now in the URL, you can see that we are getting here the data. Username equal to Simmer, age equal to 18, email equal to simmer@gmail.com. So this %40 is equal to @. So here, let me show you that it is @. So if we search here, then you can see that we are getting here, in URL decode. So it's URL encoded. Okay, so its ASCII value is @. So %40, that's why we are getting here %40 in the URL. So we are now getting the data in the URL. So you can see that when we use the get method, the data is sent in the URL. And let's here set the method as get, and by default if we don't add this method equal to get, by default the browser will assume that we want method as get, so by default it will use the get method. But if we write the method equal to get, it will work as same. So here let's go back and refresh and let's submit this form again with some dummy data and let's click on the submit button. Again you can see that we are getting the data in the URL. Now let's talk about the post method. Now we learned that in the post method we get the data in the request body. So let's set it to post and let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. So now if we inspect it, so let me zoom in a little bit. So if we inspect the HTML, so you can see that we are getting here the method equal to post. Now here I will open another tab known as network tab. So here you can see all the HTTP requests made by your browser in the network tab. And as we are using the post method, now we are not going to send the data. The browser will not send the data in the URL, but in the request body. So that's why I have opened this network tab to inspect the HTTP request that our form will make. Okay, so as the method is now post, so let's again submit this form and let's set the age as 48 and the mail as .com. Now if I submit this form, now before submitting this form, just look at here, there's nothing, it's empty. Now if I click on this submit button, so now we are getting here some quest, and here we have this request form submit slash, which you can recognize as it is the same URL which we provided here in the action attribute. Now the form, when we submitted it, sends an HTTP request to this URL, but as this URL doesn't exist and we are not handling any request on this URL, that's why it failed. So that's why we are getting here the status fail. And if I click on it and let me zoom out a little bit, so here now you can see that we are getting here some data like this general, request headers and response headers. So in the general you can see the URL to which the form submitted. In the request headers you can see that we are getting here request headers, and here in the payload you will find this form data. Here username equal to Simmer, age equal to 48 and email equal to sommer@gmail.com. So this is the data that we entered in the form, and this is the data in the HTTP request body. So I hope you guys learned about this name attribute, the method post versus get attribute, and how form gets submitted when we use each of these method. Okay, so now we will learn about two another elements, so checkbox element and radio element. So let's start with checkbox element. So a checkbox lets users select one or more options from a list. Each checkbox works independently. It uses the input element with type set to checkbox. You can also add a checked attribute to make it selected by default. So this is how the syntax of a checkbox look like. So we use the input element, but we set the type attribute as checkbox. And here I want to talk about something. I want to talk about value attribute. So a checkbox element without value attribute is also valid, and the checkbox element syntax with value attribute is also valid. Don't worry, we will talk about it. So let me show you how a checkbox looks like. So this is what is a checkbox. So we can select it, so we can tick it, we can untick it. So this is a checkbox. So all these three elements are checkbox. So here inside our contact.html file, I have created another form element to show you checkboxes and radio buttons. So here let's add our checkbox. So for that, let's add here input element and let's set it to checkbox. So let's set the type attribute as checkbox, and here let's save this file, and now let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. So here you can see that we are getting here a checkbox, and we also have to set the name attribute. So let's set the name attribute as agreement. Okay, so I hope you guys have signed up in any website on the internet. So on any website you sign up, you have this agreement that you agree to the agreements, their terms and condition. For that you have to tick the checkbox. Let's make that. So I have set the name as agreement, and I think you have noticed that on each website, so here also in this example, it is common to have this label after the input, after the checkbox. So we are going to add the label after the input. So here let's set the label as check or agreement, and here let's set the label as agree to terms and conditions. And here let's set the ID attribute as agreement. So now both of this label element and input element is connected. So let's refresh. So if I click on this label element, so the browser automatically select the checkbox. Now here let's add the submit button. So let's add here a button and let's set it as submit, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and you can see that in the form element I have set the action attribute as /form and method as post. So now let's open the inspect element and let's zoom in a little bit inside the inspect element, and let's open the network tab, and here now let's refresh and let's select this checkbox and let's click on this submit button. So here you can see that in the form data we are getting here agreement equal to on. That's because we have set the name as agreement for this input type checkbox. So that's why we are getting here agreement in the network tab. So you can see that, and here we are getting on. That's because we have selected the checkbox. So if we not select the checkbox and then we submit the form, so you can see that there is no data, there is no payload. So the reason is that we don't have any data when we submitted this form. So let me show you this by example. So let's add here another input. Let's set it to text and let's set the name as name, and let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and let's go back and refresh. And here now if I submit this form by only typing the name, and if I don't select this checkbox and if I click on this submit button, so here in the payload we are getting only name input value. We are not getting any value from the checkbox. We only get the checkbox value when we select it. So if I submit it now, you can see that now we are getting here agreement then on. So I hope you guys understand about checkboxes. Okay, so now let's learn about radio element. So a radio button lets user choose only one option from a group. All radio buttons in the same group must have the same name attribute. It uses the input element with type set to radio. Only one option can be selected at a time. So syntax looks something like this. So we have to set the type as radio, but focus on one thing, which is the name attribute. So the value for the name attribute is same across all the radio buttons. So here only the difference is the value attribute, where each input type value attribute has a different value. So let me show you this practically. So here in our form, let's add here a input and let's set it as radio, and let's set its value. Right now let's don't set its value, let's just only type here input type equal to radio. Then after that let's add here label and let's set it to mail, and here on the input type let's set the ID attribute as mail, and here let's set the label attribute as male, and then let's add here input, and let's set it to radio, and let's set the ID as female, and let's set here the label element, and let's set the for attribute as female, and let's set the label attribute as female, and let's add here another radio button, and let's set its ID as others, and let's add here label element. Let's set the for attribute as others, and let's also set it as others. Now let's save this file. Now let's go back to browser, refresh. So we are getting here 3 radio buttons. So let me zoom out a little bit so you can see that we are getting here 3 radio buttons. Now for now I can select each of these gender, which is not a valid answer. So user should only select one option from these option. So how we can do that? We can do that by setting the name attribute on each radio button. Let's set it as gender because each radio button represents gender. So let's set them with same value. So let's also set here gender. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. Now I can only select one option from these options. Now if I select here male, and then if I click on this submit button, so you can see that in the payload we are getting here gender equal to on, but we have 3 input with name gender, so we can't decide which option the user has selected. To solve this issue, we use the value attribute on the radio buttons. So let's set the value attribute for the input with male label as male, and for the female as female, and for others let's set the value attribute as others. Now let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So now if I select here male, if I submit this form, now in the payload you can see that we are getting here gender equal to male. Now if a female user sign up, and if the female user select female as gender and click on the submit button, then we are getting here gender as female. So I hope you guys learned about checkboxes and radio buttons. Okay, so now we are going to learn about containers in HTML, specifically block level and inline containers like div and span. This is a simple concept, but it can be a bit tricky for beginners, especially because these elements become more useful once you start styling your website with CSS. Since I assume you are just starting out and haven't begun your CSS journey yet, so it might seem confusing at first, but don't worry, just listen carefully and stay focused, and I will make it easy to understand. Let's start with span element. So span is a generic inline container used to style or target specific parts of text or inline elements without affecting the layout. It has no specific meaning. So span is just a generic inline container, which simply means it has no special meaning, like paragraph elements define paragraph or h1 element defines main heading. Span does not define anything about its content. It does not inherently carry any semantic meaning. And it is an inline element, so it does not start on a new line and flows with the surrounding content. And it is a container element, so it can be used to group other inline elements or parts of text within a larger block level element, allowing you to apply styles or attributes to the specific portion without affecting the surrounding content. Mostly we use span to style specific parts of the text, so this is the most common purpose, but it can also be used to wrap other inline elements as well for styling purposes. And I know that you are not getting the point right now. You are confused. Believe me, just watch this video till the end and I guarantee you that you will get the main point behind span element and you will learn what it's used for. Okay, so when to use span? So styling a part of the text, we use span mostly to style a specific word or specific phrase inside a text. Okay, so we also use span when targeting a specific word or phrase for JavaScript manipulation. For example, to add some animation to a specific word inside the heading. Okay, so grouping inline elements for styling or scripting purposes. So here's an example to fully understand the span element. So let's say we have this h1 which is hello comma and then world, and it looks something like this in the browser. As expected, nothing changes. But let's say we want to change the color of a specific word in this h1, which is this word world. So I want to change the color of the word world to green. Now what I can do is, using CSS, I can apply style to this h1 and change its color to green, but that would result in changing the whole h1 heading to the color green, not that specific word world. So we need a way to target only this specific word, which is world. So how do we do that? The answer is simple, which is span. So we are going to wrap the word world between this span element, and in the CSS we apply styling to the span element instead of this h1 element. Now since we use this span element and span is an inline element, it wouldn't change anything like the positioning of the words because it is an inline element. So the result is this: we are getting what we want. So the color of the word world changed to green, and also the positioning doesn't change as span is an inline element, so span flows with the surrounding content. So I hope you understand the span element. Now let me show you some examples of how span is used in the real world. So here I am on the github.com homepage. So if I scroll down, so you will see that here we are having this heading, and in this heading we are having two lines. First, which is work 55% faster, and then increase productivity with AI powered coding assistant and more. Now here you can see that this first line, which is work 55% faster, is having the color white, while the other lines have different color. And how they are able to do this? Because this is a single element. So if I inspect it, so you can see that it is a single element, which is h3. Now inside this h3 we are having here other line, the other text, which is increase productivity with AI powered coding assistant. But this first line, which is work 55% faster, is wrapped inside this span element, and it is wrapped inside span element just to give different styling, which in this case is different color, which is white. And here if I select this span element in the inspect element, and here in the styles, if I change its color, so here if we search for color, so here we are having the color property. So if I untick it, you can see that now the first line is having the same color as the other text. But if I select it, now the color changes. Don't think about this style, okay, because you will learn about the styles tab when you will learn about CSS. Just focus on the span element. So we use span element mostly for these type of purposes, to change, to give different styling to some parts of the text. Here's another example on the 10stack website, where we have this heading, high quality open source software for web developers. Here only the word web developer is having this underline. And how were they able to do that? So they need a way just to target this word web developers in the CSS, and to do this they mostly, and I am pretty sure they have used the span element. So if I inspect it, so you can see that it is a single element, which is the h2. Now inside this h2 they are having here this text, high quality open source software for, and they have wrapped the web developers word in the span element just to give it different styling, which is this underline. So here you can see that in the styles tab we are having here this text underlines, offset, text decoration style, and this text decoration color. So we use span element mostly to change the styling of some specific words in the heading, in the paragraph, okay. And also, as span is an inline element, it does not add any spacing, or it does not change the positioning of the word, okay, as it is an inline element, so it flows with the surrounding content. And here's another example on this daily.dev website, okay. So here they have this main heading, which is where developers suffer together. This is a single element, which is an h1. So let me show you. So you can see that it is an h1, but the difference between these two lines is that the second line, which is suffer together, is much larger and have different styling, so different color. So to do that, they have wrapped it inside the span element, and they have given some different styling, some CSS to this span to change its styling. I can even change it. Let me show you. I can remove this background image property, which will result in, you can see that we are not getting here anything. But if I select here, you can see the text is there. But if I also change the color, remove the color property, we are not getting here anything. And if I remove this background clip text and also some other properties, you can see that now we are getting here this shuffle together. And also if I remove here the font size, now you can see that it is now smaller. So they have given different styling to these two words, which is shuffle together. And to do that, they have used this span element because it is a single element which is h1, and they didn't want to change the whole styling of the h1, just only these two words. So they have to target these only two words in the CSS. For that, they have wrapped these two words inside the span element. So this is the main point behind the span element. We mostly use it to change the styling of some specific words in text. Okay, and you can also use span element to wrap different inline elements for styling purposes. So I hope you guys now have learned and understood the span element. Now it's time to learn about the div element. So div is a generic block level container used to group multiple elements together for structuring the layout of a web page or applying the same styling to a section, and it has no specific meaning. So the div is mostly the same like span, but the key difference between div and span is that div is a block level element while span is an inline element. So div also does not inherently carry any semantic meaning, unlike elements like headings or paragraph, which means divs don't define their content. It's just a generic container. You can think of div as a box we use to group together different elements for styling purposes, and we do this all the time. So when to use div, we use div for structuring the layout of a web page. We use div to apply the same style, the same CSS style to a section of content or for the layout purposes. So we use div for many different cases, but the main point behind div is that it is a generic block level container used to group together different elements for styling or layout purposes. So if we look at some different layouts, like here on the CodePen website, you can see that we are having here these three cards, and you can see that each one of these cards have the same structure. Each one contains an image, a heading, paragraph, and a link. Now all this content is grouped together and has the same background color and the rounded corners. So this background color is not only behind this image or this heading or link, but behind all the content. So they are grouped together for the same styling. And how they are grouped together? It's a div. So if I inspect it, you can see that each one of these card is a div, and each of these divs contains a image. So let me show you. Each one of this div contains an image, then this heading, then the paragraph, then the anchor tag. And all of these content is grouped together using a div element. You can see that. And as this div is a parent element containing all this content, so to this div, the developers have given the background color, which is this, you can see. So here is the background color. So if I remove it, you can see that now there is no background color, but if I select it again, there is a background color. So to give the background color to all of this content, to this image, to this heading and paragraph and the link or button, they have given the background color to their parent, which is div. So they are using the div for only the styling purposes. They're using the div to wrap this content, these four things together, just to give them same styling. Okay, so we use divs for this purpose all the time. Divs are generic containers. They don't have any meaning and don't tell us anything about their content, but are just containers used to group together different elements for layout or styling purposes. So here's another example on this Smashing Magazine website. So here you can see that we are having here three different cards, and each one has a background color, you can see, which is white, and each one have a box shadow, and each one has a same structure. Each one has a heading, a paragraph, and a button or a link, and each of these cards also have this shadow, you can see, when we hover over these cards. Now again, if we see through a developer's perspective, we don't have to give background or shadow to any single element like this button or heading, but to all of these contents, to all of these three contents, which is this heading and this paragraph and this button. And how we do that? Again, using the div. So if I inspect it, so let me open the inspect element. You can see that each of this card is a div. Okay, we are having here three divs representing each card. Now each of these div have a heading, so another div containing a h2 paragraph and a link, the anchor tag. So all of this content, all of these three elements in each card is wrapped using a div, just to give same styling to all of this content. So let's not go further because we haven't covered CSS or styling yet, and to understand these generic containers, divs and span completely, we need to have knowledge of CSS, but I hope you got the main point, which is that divs are just generic containers used to group together elements for layout or styling purposes, and divs don't inherently have any semantic meaning, and they are just boxes used to wrap elements for styling. Okay, so now we will learn about tables in HTML. So tables in HTML are used to display data in a tabular format, just like rows and columns in Excel. So if you want to show structured data like student marks, product list, or anything in a tabular format, we use HTML tables. So here I have a table from the Wikipedia representing highest grossing films. So we have this Avatar with their worldwide gross revenue, Avengers Endgame with their worldwide gross revenue and the year in which they were released. So all this data is in the tabular format, and we use the table element to represent a whole table in HTML. So we use this table element, which is the parent element for all the table data. So we use it to create a table. It alone does not do anything in the browser. Here I have created this tables.html file and I have opened it in the browser. So if I add here a table element inside the body and let's save this file. Now let's go back to your browser, refresh, and if I open here the inspect element, you can see that we are getting here the table element, but it itself doesn't do anything in the browser. So the outermost element is the table element, and inside the table element the content is organized using rows and columns. So now each row, so each of this row containing the data like this one avatar, then the worldwide gross revenue, so each of this row is added inside the table using the tr element, so which stands for table row. So the HTML table row element, short for table row, defines a row of cells within a HTML table. It acts as a container for table data cells and table header cells, grouping them horizontally to form a row in the table structure. To add each of these row inside the table, we use the table row element. So let's add our first table row inside our table. So let's add here our table row and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. Again, we are getting here nothing. But here inside the inspect element, so let me zoom in a little bit. We are getting here the table element, and then we are getting here this t body, then the table row element. So here inside our code, we only having the table row element inside the table element, not this t body, because it is added by the browser. Just ignore it right now because we will talk about it. But if I show you the page source, we are only getting this HTML code. Okay. So let me close the inspect element, and you can see that there is nothing because we haven't adding any data to our table. So how do we add data inside our table row or inside our table? So inside each row, you can see this individual data cell. So this one number representing the rank, this one number representing the peak, and then this movie name, then the worldwide gross revenue. So to add each of these data cells inside table row, inside the table, we use the td element, and it stands for table data. So inside here table row, let's add here td, and then let's give it movie name, which is Avatar, and then let's give it its revenue, and let's set it to 29, then something like this, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here something. We are getting here our table data, which is Avatar, then its gross revenue. But maybe now you are thinking that it is not looking exactly like a table. Like on this Wikipedia website, on this Wikipedia page, the table has a border, some text styling like bold, but our table is not having all of that styling. And that's because you have to do it using CSS. So you have to style the table. So let's add here another movie. So let's add here another table row, and let's add here TD. Then let's give the movie name, which is Avengers Endgame. And then let's add here another TD representing or showing its gross revenue, and let's set it to 2791, then multiple zeros. I don't know exactly how much their gross revenue is. I am just assuming and writing these numbers. Okay, so let's go back and refresh. So we are getting here another table row, which is Avengers Endgame and its gross revenue. Now if I show you the source code, so here you can see that we are getting here the first table row, which is this table row, and it is having this table data movie name and the gross revenue. Then we are having here the second table row, which is having this name of the movie Avengers Endgame and then its gross revenue. So you can see that we have successfully created our first table showing some data. But if there is another user watching this table, it may be difficult for that user to guess which data represents what. So as we are only having here movie name and then its revenue, it's easy for humans to guess that this table represents the movies and its revenue. But not all the tables are like this. Some may contain data which is very difficult to guess by another human. To know that what data represents, now to solve this problem we need something, and that something is the table head element. So the table head element is in HTML represents a table header cell in the table. Its primary purpose is to semantically define the header content for a column, row or group of columns within a HTML table. So the TH is usually bold and centered by default, and TD looks like regular text, but both are used inside the table row to define a complete row. So to add the heading, you can say for each column, for each data cell, we use this table head element. So here inside our table, so let's add here another table row in the beginning after the table element. And now here, instead of using the TD, we are going to use the TH table head element and give it the text movie, and then another TH, then gross or worldwide gross revenue. So let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. So you can see that we are getting here the heading movie and then the worldwide gross revenue, and we have all these columns representing each movie's gross revenue. You can also see the difference between the TH and TD. TD is like regular text, while the TH, the table head, is bold and centered. So now the structure looks something like this. We have a table element. Inside the table element we are having table rows, so each TR representing each table row, and in the first table row we are having the table head, and then another table rows have the table data. But wait, there's more to it. If your table has a clear header section, so here this table has this clear header section, so like these headings which are defining the title for each of this column or the each of the data cell, we can wrap it inside the table head, giving more semantic meaning. So they are options, so it is optional, but they help organize your table better and also help screen readers and browsers understand your table properly. Like this table head, we have the table body to represent the table data. So also this table body is also optional, but it helps organize your table data better and also helps screen readers and browsers understand your table properly. So inside the table, we can put this table heading inside the T head element. So this table row, and let's format it a little bit, and we can put all the other data, the table data, inside this T body element. Let's save this file and let's format it a little bit. Let's refresh. Now let's go back to the browser, refresh. Nothing changes, but here if I show you the source code, we are getting here T head and table body. Now this does not change anything here in the visual, but behind the scene They are better for accessibility. They help you organize your table better. They help screen readers and browser understand your table properly and for accessibility. So inside our table, we are having the table element, which is the main container. Then we are having the table head defines the table header section, usually contain one rows of the heading. Then we have their tbody element defines the main content of the table and contains all the actual data rows, and tr creates a single row in the table, and th creates a heading cell usually at the top, and td defines a regular data cell. There's also a tfoot element. So let me show you the tfoot element. Tfoot tfoot element, MDN. So MDN is a great resource for the web developers. It's like a gold mine. Okay, so here we have this table foot element, which we can use if you want to show totals or final notes at the end of your table. Again, it's optional but useful when needed, and it's better for accessibility. So I hope you guys understand table element. So in this video, we will learn about a topic that is very important and a crucial concept, and any HTML course that does not cover this topic cannot be considered a complete HTML course. We have kind of been talking about this throughout the entire course. We just haven't referred to it by its proper name, which is semantic HTML or semantic markup. Semantic means meaningful, so it can be referred to as meaningful HTML. Semantic HTML means using HTML elements that clearly describe the meaning and purpose of the content they contain, making the structure of a web page more understandable for developers, browsers, screen readers, and search engines. Semantic HTML in simple words means that when you write HTML, your tags should be meaningful. They should say something about the content that they contain, the meaning of that content. So I will show you an example of something that is not semantic and then a semantic version. So here we have this main heading in the browser. So here we have these two main headings. Think of these two as different documents, two different HTML pages, each one containing the main heading of the entire page. Let's see the code behind the first main heading, which is a span element wrapping around the main heading text. So I have made this span a lot bigger using CSS to make it look like the main title or heading of the page. But this is not meaningful because span is just a generic inline container which does not have any meaning and does not tell anything about the content. And if we look at how I made the second heading, I used a heading element like an h1. Again, we can always change the font size of everything. And when we talked about headings, I kind of introduced this concept of semantic HTML without referring to it as semantic HTML. We talked about how an h1 is meaningful. It should be the main heading for a page and it contains the main topic of the page. And again, I can change the font size using CSS and make this h1 look like a very small tag. We can do anything with CSS, but the main point is semantics or meaning. The difference is that a span means nothing and h1 means something. It means that this is a heading, not only a heading, it is the main heading compared to an h2, h3, h4, h5, h6, and it should contain something that is the main topic of the page. Just like a paragraph means a paragraph of text, so any human looking visually can tell just by looking at the size of the text whether it is the main heading or not. But a person using a screen reader can't. If there was a developer working on this first markup, they also can't guess just by looking at the span element whether it is a heading or not. So the main point behind the semantic HTML is that HTML elements should be used based on the type of content that they contain rather than on how they appear in the browser. The presentation is the job of the CSS. So when we write HTML, we should use HTML elements according to the content they are going to contain rather than how they appear in the browser. How they appear in the browser is the job, is the responsibility of the CSS. Okay, so now semantic HTML often refers to a big group of elements that were introduced later in the development of HTML, meaning they weren't part of the very first versions, but they become widely supported with HTML5, which become official recommendation in 2014. These elements are like article, aside, footer, header, main, nav, section, summary, time. These are newish elements. When I say new, they are still more than 10-year-olds, but they are not from the early days. And before they existed, we would write document that contained tons and tons of divs, generic containers all over the place. So anytime we wanted a box, anytime we wanted to group something into a section, a header, a sidebar, a navbar, or a footer, we would use divs like this. So let me show you an example. So here we are on the W3 Schools website, and if I open the inspect element, you can see that here are divs and divs. So here for this header, if I inspect it, you can see that we have this header as div. So we have got a div for this header. Now this is the main content, and if I inspect it, it's also a div which is containing the main content. So for the main content, we have this div, then the h1, then another div, then another div, then another div, then a anchor tag, then another h2 p paragraph element. So you can see that they are not using any semantic element. They are using a semantic element, which is this only nav element. So let me show you. This is only the nav element that they are using, the semantic element. And here we also have this sidebar, and I guess that it is also a div. So if I inspect it, so here we have this sidebar. It's also a div containing another h2, okay, a h2. Then we only have this anchor tag. So it's a div containing all these sidebar content. So you can see that there's a div. So just generic containers used everywhere. So using div was really your only choice to group content together. But now for the last 10 plus years, we have a bunch of new elements that we can use that are meaningful. And these are these semantic elements, things like header, nav, main, section. Now they are still just containers. They don't do anything. You won't see them unless you style them. They behave exactly like same as div, but they provide meaning. If something is inside of a header element, you know that it's probably the header content. When you see the main element on the page, you know that this tells you that this is the main content of the page instead of just div. So there's a couple of benefits to this. There are two main ones. The first one is accessibility. Screen readers and other assistive technologies can more easily interrupt and navigate the content, making it accessible to users with disabilities. So it's way more accessible and screen reader friendly. So when your website says that this is the navbar, this is the footer, this is the main content, if you are a user using a screen reader, your screen reader can immediately identify this is the navbar. But if it's just div, it can be a lot harder for a screen reader to know where it is on a page and what point is of a piece of content. Now if we look at a website, so like this MDN, this is a very accessible website, and if I just inspect anywhere on this page, we will see a lot of semantic elements like main, article, and header. Now there's still a lot of divs, and that's totally fine, but we will see a nav element. So here let me show you. You can see that we are having here this nav element for the navigational content. We are having here the main element for the main content. We are having here the header element for the header content. So if you're using a screen reader and you want to read the article and get to the main part of the web page, your screen reader can immediately identify where that is because of this main element. But if it's just div, then it's a lot harder. The second reason has to do with SEO and search engines. Search engines can more easily index content, identify important keywords, and understand the structure and hierarchy of a web page, potentially leading to a higher rankings. So if you are a very complete beginner in web development, let me tell you what search engines are. So they are websites like Google, which shows different website links in their search pages, and they have their own spiders which crawls through mostly every website on the internet to understand its content, then store it in their own database to understand its content and rank it in their searches. So these spiders are not like real life spiders but just some code. Okay, so when these web spiders or web crawlers are crawling your web page, if it is marked up using semantic elements, then the web crawler will be able to understand what your website means. And the third and final reason is a less common one, but it's still worth noting: clearer code. Using descriptive tags makes the HTML easier to read and understand for both developers and collaborators, improving maintainability. So it's a lot easier to work on a web page with semantic elements rather than a document that only contains div after div. But remember, at the end of the day, these elements don't change anything in terms of the behavior or the appearance of the web page. It's all about using these other elements to improve the accessibility and search engine accessibility of your web pages. So in the end, it's all about accessibility. Now, just because you are using semantic HTML doesn't mean you will never use div element. You will still use div element alongside semantic elements, especially when you're grouping content for layout or styling, or when there's no semantic elements that fits for the content. Alright, let's talk about some new semantic HTML elements. Now, just like a div, these elements act as a containers, but here's the difference. They actually describe the meaning of the content inside them. By default, they don't change how your page looks, but they do add meaning that browsers, search engines, and assistive technologies can understand. That means they improve accessibility and they help structure your content more clearly. So let's start with our first element, which is the header element. So we use the header element to represent the introductory content for a web page or section. The header element usually contains things like logo, navigational menu, search bar, and other introductory content elements like tagline, login, sign up buttons, or contact information. So let me show you some real life examples of how it is used. So here we are on the MDN website, and you can see all the introductory content like logo, navigational links, and this search forum and login and sign up button. So if I inspect it, you can see that all of that content, so that complete introductory content is inside the header element. So let me zoom it a little bit to make it more visible. Okay, so you can see that when I hover over this header element, you can see this blue box around all this introductory content. So this means that it is a header element. And here's another example on the stripe.com, and I hope they don't mind if I'm using their website as an example in my course. See, they also have this introductory content like logo, navigational menu, and these two buttons, sign in or contact. All of this content is inside the header element. You can see that all that content is part of the header element. And these drop downs that they have inside this navigational menu are also part of the header element. So all the examples that we had seen till now of this header element, so on this MDN and this stripe.com, so all that examples are for the header element, but in more specific words, they are for the main site-wide header, meaning that header for the whole website, the header for the complete website. But we can also use the header element inside the elements like section or article to represent their introductory content. And all these lists like this logo, navigational menu, search bar, search form, other introductory elements, all of these lists are mostly for the site-wide header, the header for the whole website. So I hope you understood it, and don't worry about how we can use the header element inside the section or article element. Wait until we cover these two elements, and then we will learn about using header element with these two elements. And do not confuse the header element with the head element. We use the head element for the metadata while we use the header element for the introductory content. Okay, so let's add the header element inside our web page. So we have created this page throughout this HTML course and while learning different HTML elements. Now we will add all the semantic HTML elements that we will learn inside this HTML page, so we can also experience how they are used to understand them completely. Now we currently have only these two navigational links, so let's put them inside the header element. So here let's select it and let's Control Shift P, and here let's emit wrap with abbreviation and let's type here header. So I have wrapped these two navigational links with the header element because right now in our web page we only have these two elements as our introductory content. And if you're a little bit confused right now, don't worry, most beginners are when semantic elements are introduced. Don't be stressed, just stick with the video till the end and it will make sense to you. Now let's talk about the another semantic element, which is the main element. So the main element represents the primary content of a web page, the part that is unique and central to that specific page. It should not contain content that repeats across pages like headers, footers, sidebars, or navigation menu. There should only be one main element per page. So we use the main element for the primary content on the page, not for the content that will be repeated on other pages like header or sidebar. And we should use only one main element per page, and this makes sense because there can only be one main content area on the page. First, let's see some examples of how it is used in real life. So here's an example on this smashingmagazine.com website. So here you can see that we have the header element and we also have the footer element. So this is the header element. You can see that. So they have two headers. So you can see that they have two headers, but our focus is main element. So here they have main element, and see that this main element starts here and it ends before the footer. So you can see that it ends here because this is the main content. All of this content is the main content. That is why it is wrapped inside the main element, while header, so these two headers, and the footer, which is this footer, it is repeated across the different pages. So that's why only this content, the primary content, is inside the main element. And remember, we should only use one main element inside our web page. So now inside our index.html file, so let's put all of this content inside the main element. So all of this content only before this body element. So let's Control Shift P and note this. So first let me show you that all of this article content which is related to this topic, ChatGPT, all of this content is our primary content and it will not be repeated across the different pages, while header will be repeated across different pages. So let's put all of this main content, the primary content, inside the main element. So let's emit with abbreviation. So you can see that I have wrapped all of this content inside the main element. So let's save this file and let's see our index.html file in the web browser. So let's refresh and let's view page source. So you can see that we are having here our main element containing all the primary content. So let me zoom in a little bit for you. So you can see that the header element is outside the main element because it will be repeated across the different pages like header. Footer will also be outside the main element because footer is also repeated across the different pages. But these elements like header and main doesn't change anything visually. So let me show you, it doesn't change anything visually. You have to make changes using the CSS. Only after that it will make some changes visually. Okay, the next element that we are going to learn is the article element. For beginners, the article element can be a little tricky, but just listen and focus and it will be very easy for you to understand. So the article element represents a self-contained composition in a document, page, application, or site that is in principle independently distributable or reusable, such as an indication. So this is the complete technical definition for the article element, and let's understand each line one by one. The article element represents a self-contained composition in a document, page, application, or site. So we use article element for content that is complete on its own and makes sense on its own without needing the rest of the page. And if we put it anywhere on the different website or document or page, it should make sense on its own without needing the rest of the page. That is in principle independently distributable or reusable, such as in indication. So independently distributable simply means it can be shared or published somewhere else and still make sense. Reusable simply means it can be shown again in another place. So we use the article element for the content that makes sense on its own, and that content we can share it with other websites in the future and reuse it with other articles, blogs, or pages. And I hope you understand the article element. And the thumb rule to remember while using the article element is that use it for the content which, if we pull it out of the page and put it somewhere else, it will still make sense without needing the rest of the page. So here are some examples of the article element, and I am using very general daily used things to make it easy for you to understand. Here we have two product cards taken from the Amazon website, and these two cards make sense on their own even in these slides, even though this is not their official website. but just a presentation slide. Just by looking at the cart content, we know that this is a product, and here's the product image, name, price, and many other details. And we have this add to cart button which we can use to buy this product. Now these two product cards are from the Amazon website, and I'm not sure if they're using the article element or not, because Amazon's e-commerce website is a very big product and they have many more important things to focus on than just using the correct semantic element and making the website accessible. But that doesn't mean that the article element is not suitable for the product card. The article element is suitable and should be used for this type of content. The second example is the YouTube video cards, and they can also be wrapped inside the article element as they make sense on their own, and even if shared on another website can make sense without needing the rest of the page. These cards have all the elements to make sense on their own. They have the heading, they have the image, the video link, video element, number of views, published date, channel name, so everything that needs to make sense on their own. Now here's on the MDN website, you can see that they have wrapped all the article content inside this article element, because if we put this article out of this MDN website and put it somewhere else, it will make sense on their own. So that's why they have put this blog post about this header element inside the article element. Here's another example on the smashingmagazine.com. So each of their blog card, so each of this blog card is inside the article element. So each of this blog card is a article element because it makes sense on their own without needing the rest of the page. And if they share these products card with other website, these single cards can make sense on their own and they don't need the rest of the page to make sense. They make sense on their own. So here's a final beginner-friendly definition for the article element, that the article element represents independent, self-contained content that can be shared or reused on its own, like blog posts, news articles, product cards, or form posts, and it should make sense even when removed from the page. So inside our index.html file, so all the content which is inside the main element, so all of this content which is inside the main element make sense on their own, as it is a blog post, you can say, or article related to the ChatGPT. So we can put this inside the article element. So let's select all of this content and let's Control Shift P and let's select emit wrap with abbreviation and let's type here article to add the article element and let's save this file. So you can see that now we have put all the post content, all the article content about this ChatGPT post inside this article element. So if we go back to the browser and let's refresh and let's see the view page source, so here you can see that now all of the content inside the article element, because it makes sense on their own. And if we pull this post or the article from our website and put it somewhere else, it will make sense, and it can also be shared independently. So that's why we have wrapped it all inside the article element. Okay, now let's learn about another semantic element, the section element. So the section element is used to group related content under a common theme or heading, and it represents a standalone part of the page that fits into overall document outline. It's useful for dividing content like about, services, or fact, frequently asked question on a web page. So we use section element to group related content together under a common theme or topic. So all the content related to each other or related to the same topic is grouped together using the section element. So let me show you some examples. So here on the MDN website, you can see that they are using the section element. So here if I inspect these usage notes, so they're using the section element to group the content. So in this usage notes part, you can see that they have wrapped all of this usage notes content inside this section element, because all these three paragraphs are related to same topic, which is usage notes, and to group them together they are using the section element. So why not a div? Because a div is a meaningless, it's just a generic container. The section element tells that this is a stand-alone section of related content. And it is important to have a heading inside the section element to clarify its topic. It's not mandatory, but it is very important to have one. It's strongly recommended, but you can still use a section without a heading. Another example is on the Smashing Magazine website. So here you can see that inside the main element, so let me show you, inside the main element they have different sections. So the first section element is representing the first section of the home page, and we have then this latest post section. So if we scroll down, so you can see that we have this latest post section. So here is the heading, and this latest post section starts here, you can see, and it ends here, not here but here. You can see that after this link, see more latest articles. But the main point is that they are using the section element to group related content together. So each of these posts are the latest posts and under the same topic, which is the latest posts, and to group them together they're using the section element. They are using section element for each section on their homepage, on their website. So now let's use the section element inside our web page. So inside our article we have different topics like this training topic, and we have another topic like this features and limitations topics, and inside this topic we have subtopics like limitations and jailbreaking, which is another subtopic inside the limitations section. So what we can do is we can group these together using a section element. So let's do that. So first let's group this training section elements using the section element. So let's select them all and let's Control Shift P. Okay, so I have to reselect it, so let's do that. So let's reselect all of this content. Let's Control Shift P, wrap with abbreviation section element. Now after that, let's wrap all of these features and limitations content and let's put them inside another section element. Now inside this features and limitations section we have these subtopics like features and limitations subtopic, and we can put them inside another section element. So let's do that. Sorry, emit rapid abbreviation and then section element. Let's do that for the limitation section as well. And here inside this limitation section we have another subsection, which is this jailbreaking section, and we can put this inside another section. Let's do that and let's save this file. So you can see that now we are using the section element to logically divide our article into different sections. Now I have seen some students get confused between the section and article element, so I have prepared a table to clear this confusion. So we use the article element for the self-contained reusable content, while we use the section element for the thematic grouping within a page. The main point to remember to clear the confusion between these two elements is this standalone feature. Can article stand alone? Yes, it makes sense on its own, so it can stand alone. While the content of the section element can stand alone and make sense as an independent topic, but within the context of the whole page, whole website. So the section element should be used for the content that cannot stand alone but depends on the page context to be completely understood. So the article element can be understood without the surrounding content, while the section element needs the surrounding content for the full context. And I want to discuss one more topic, that how we can use the header element inside the section and the article element. So we learned that we use header element for the introductory content, but it can also be used inside the individual article and section element for introductory content to represent their introductory content. So here are two examples using the header inside the article element for the introductory content, like a heading and some metadata like published date and author name, and using it inside the section element for the same purpose. And in this case I am only wrapping single heading inside the header element, but it can but it can also be used for other introductory content like author name and published date if it was there inside the section element. Now, if there is only a single heading inside the section or article, you can skip using the header element. But if there is more than just single heading, if they have the content like published date, author name, and any other introductory content, you can use the header element. But using the header element only for single heading, you can skip that and it will not hurt your accessibility. So now let's learn about another element, which is the aside element. So the aside element is used for the content that is related to the surrounding content but doesn't need to be a core part of it. Common uses includes sidebars, pull quotes, tips, or ads that supports the main content but can stand apart from it. So we use the aside element for the content that is related to the main content of the page but doesn't need to be part of it. So here on this MDN website, we have this sidebar, which is this in these articles links. You can say a content navigation, and let me pull this out. So you can see that it is a aside element, and it is a aside element containing all the links related to this main article. So they have wrapped all these links inside this aside. So this is an example of aside. So these in this article, so this adds value. So it adds value to the main content but does not necessarily need to be part of it. So here we have a site-wide sidebar, so a sidebar for the whole website, and yes, I'm pretty sure that it is an aside element. So let's inspect it, and it's a very long list containing inside another list, but in the end it is an aside element. You can see that it is a aside element because it is a sidebar, and commonly we use aside for the things like sidebar, pull quotes, and we use the aside for the content that is related to the main content but doesn't need to be part of it. So inside our index.html file, so here let's wrap this content, which is this content navigation inside the aside element. So let's do that, and we are putting it inside the aside element because it is related to the main content but doesn't need to really be part of it. It adds value but doesn't need to be part of the main content. So let's save this and let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's open the view page source. So you can see that now this is inside the aside element and it does not really change anything visually. Now let's learn about the nav element. It is a very simple element. So the nav element is used for the major blocks of navigational links. It helps screen readers and browsers understand that this section provides the navigation for the site or the section. Common examples include the main menus, sidebars, or table of contents. So when we have major navigational links in our page, we should wrap them inside the nav element. So here, for example, here in the header, over here we have these navigational links, and this is the site-wide navigation. And if we inspect it, you can see all of these links are wrapped inside the nav element. So all of these links are wrapped inside the nav element because these are the major navigational link. And also in this article, links are also inside the nav element because these are also one of the major navigation for the navigational inside this article. So you can see that these are the navigational links as well, one of the major navigational links after the main navigational link of the website. That's why they have wrapped it inside the nav element. And all of these links inside the sidebar, inside this website main website sidebar, are also inside the nav element. So you can see that they are also inside the nav element because these are also major navigational block. Now here, if we inspect inside the footer, so here inside the footer we have different navigational links, and each of them are inside the UL unordered list but not inside the nav element. You can use the nav element inside the footer links if they are major navigational blocks, but most of the time footer does not contain any major navigational links but contains links like terms and conditions and many other things like not major navigational links. So if footer contains major navigational links, you can use the nav element, but if they are not major navigational links, they are just links, then you should skip using the nav element. Okay, you can use more than one nav element on a single page, but inside the footer most of the times it is skipped. Okay, because footer does not contain major navigational links. And here's another example on this Smashing Magazine website. So all of these links, which are navigational links, are wrapped inside the nav element, as you can see that. And I don't think there is any need to show more examples for the nav element, as it is very easy. So in summary, we use the nav element to wrap navigational links. Very simple. So inside our index.html file, so let's wrap these links inside nav element, as they are major navigational links for the whole website. And also let's wrap these list which contains navigational links inside the nav element as well. And we don't have any other navigational links, so here we only have two nav elements containing two major navigational links. So let's save this file. So let's open the browser. So here let's refresh and let's view the page source. So you can see that all of the major navigational links are inside the nav element, and that does not change anything visually. Now you can use multiple navs in a single page, we know that, but when you have more than one nav element on a page, a screen reader may get confused. Why? Because by default screen readers just say navigation region for each nav, and that does not help the blind users to know which part of the page that navigation is for. And the solution is area label. So we use area label to give each nav element a purpose. So the area label gives each nav a unique name so that screen readers can clearly announce what their navigation is for. So here on this second slide, you can see that when we have multiple navigational elements, and when a blind user will use the screen reader, when the screen reader will reach this nav element, it will just say navigational region for the main site navigation as well, and for any other navigation it will say navigation region, and it will confuse the user, the disabled user. Okay, so what is the solution? So what we can do is we can give each of these nav element a custom name using this area label, and then when the screen reader will reach the nav elements, it will say this area label name instead of just navigation region. It will say main menu navigation region. When it will reach this nav element, it will say content navigation region. We don't have to add here the navigational word because it will automatically announced by the screen reader as it is the nav element. Okay, so let's put this area label inside our nav element. So let's do that. So first let's give this nav element a area label, and let's set it to main site navigation region, and let's set this nav as, or not area but area label, as content only. Now when screen reader will reach this nav element, it will say main site navigation to the user, and when it will reach this nav element, it will say content navigation region, which will help user to differentiate between these two nav elements. Now there is only one element left, which is the footer element, and which is very simple, that we use the footer element to represent closing content for a web page or a section. It usually contains copyright information, contact links, sitemaps, back to top buttons, or related documents. It can appear at the bottom of the page or at the end of the articles or section elements. So here are some examples. So here we have this footer. So to represent the footer of the web page, for the page, they are using the footer element, which is containing the footer related content. Also on this Stripe website, you can see that I think they are using the footer element. Let's see if they are using it or not. Yes, I think they should use the footer element. So let's scroll down, let's scroll up. So they are using the footer element. So for the footer of the website, use the footer element. So let's do that inside our website as well. Let's add here the footer at the end after the main element, as footer will be repeated across different pages, so we are not going to put it inside the main element but outside the main element. And let's add here something like copyright, and then something like and copy, and then 2025 reserved. Okay, let's say this. And if you don't know what these things are, these are called HTML entities, so you can search about them. So HTML entities, so we use these HTML character entities for the reserved characters in HTML, so that HTML or the browser doesn't confused between the brackets. So as we want to use this, as we use these brackets for the elements, and if we want to use them inside the content, that can confuse the browser while rendering the HTML. So instead of just directly writing this bracket, we can use HTML entities. Okay, now let's go back to the our page. Let's refresh. So here we are having the footer as well, and let's view the page source. So now we are having the footer, main element, article element, section element, aside element, nav element, header element. We are having the semantic, most important semantic elements inside our page, and I hope you understand the semantic elements. Okay, so till now we have learned a lot of things about HTML. We started from zero, we started from what is HTML, and we learned about a lot of different HTML elements and concept, and ended this course with advanced HTML concept like semantic HTML. Now there are many more things remains to cover, but why I didn't cover those things is because if I try to cover mostly everything, that this course is going to be very long, and some of you will never ever complete this course. So all the things, all the important, needed, necessary concepts that needed to be known by an HTML developer or an web developer, I have covered all of that concepts, that topic in this course. So if you finish this course, if you are listening me, means that you are at the end of this course, then you're good to go to learn further things like CSS, JavaScript. And as you will write more HTML course, as your experience will grow, your knowledge about new concepts related to HTML will also increase. So the remaining things, the remaining topics that I am talking about, you will learn with experience. One topic that I think is must to know is Open Graph Meta Tags or HTML meta tags. Open Graph Meta Tags. So I think you should try to learn these things by your own. If not, there are many other good resources, like on YouTube there are many good videos, you can use that. But I want you to learn something by your own, because not every time every concept is covered by every YouTuber. Sometimes you have to learn it by yourself, and this is a very big and very needed skill for every developer, to learn things by their own, just using the Google, just using the ChatGPT, or using some other YouTube videos, by researching yourself. So okay, so let's end this video with one more thing, by hosting our website. I don't think that I needed to cover this thing right now, because our website is not completed, because there are many more things. But I think this is a concept that should be covered in this video as well. So we are going to host our index.html file, our website that we created throughout this course. Now, what does hosting means? Hosting simply means that making a website accessible on the internet by storing its file on a server. As a beginner, you don't have to deep dive into what is hosting, what is cloud computing, how to handle a lot of users, how to handle a lot of traffic. If you are just a beginner who is starting web development journey by learning HTML, just understand that to make your website visible, usable, or accessible to other users on the internet, you just have to host it. And how to host it? There are many options available, like AWS, uh, Azure by Google. I think not, Azure is by Microsoft. Azure, yeah, it's by Microsoft. There are many services, hosting services also, I think, provided by Google. So let's see if there are hosting services provided by Google. Is there anything? Yeah, Google Cloud, Google Cloud Web Hosting, Digital Ocean. We have many things, but these are advanced. You can say, when you have a very advanced website, when you have a very big users, to handle those types of things, that you need to learn about these big hosting companies or big cloud computing things. Okay, but if you are just a beginner, then a simple website like this tiny host can help you. They are not sponsoring this video. I just found their website that, and I think it's very simple. You just have to upload your file. So let's host our index.html file by clicking upload file button and then selecting our HTML file that we want to host, and let's click on the open button, and we have to verify our email. So let me just verify my email. Okay, so I just verified my email. So what are you using Tiny for? So I can select here the reason other. Then let's click on this complete button to complete the process. And yeah, so our website is live. So on this link, our index.html is live. You can also visit this link. So let's dismiss it. Okay, so we hosted our HTML file, and I think we can even change this name. So let's try to do that. Okay, I think we can't. I don't know. Or we can also update our HTML file if we make some changes. So for small projects, you can use this, but you can see we hosted our project. Now if you're a beginner, you can share this link with others, and they can also see what you created. So I hope you guys understand everything, and this is where the course end, and see you in the next course or in the next video.